good evening and welcome to Budapest. Welcome to the Puskás Aréna, where in a matter of hours, one of the most eagerly anticipated evenings in European football will reach its defining moment. I'm Theo Bicknell, and this is FT Sports' live build-up to the UEFA Champions League Final. Tonight, Arsenal Football Club stand on the precipice of something that has never been done before in their 139-year history. They have never won the European Cup. They never have lifted the Champions League trophy. For a club of their stature, a club that has produced some of the most celebrated footballers and managers the game has ever seen, that particular gap in the record has been a quiet, persistent ache. Tonight, against the holders and defending champions Paris Saint-Germain, they have the opportunity to fill it. It is not too dramatic to say that a victory this evening would represent the most significant result in the history of Arsenal Football Club. And yet nothing about it will be straightforward. Standing in their way is a Paris Saint-Germain side of genuine distinction, not the glittering, fractious collection of individuals that defined so many years of underachievement in Paris, but something far more purposeful, far more coherent, and in many ways far more dangerous for it. Luis Enrique had fashioned a team of extraordinary attacking fluidity, one that arrives in Budapest as defending champions with 44 goals already accumulated in this competition alone, and with the quiet confidence of a squad that has been meticulously, deliberately preserved for precisely this occasion. It is the best attack in the tournament against the best defence. It's the champions of France against the champions of England. It is a contest between two Spanish managers whose philosophies, though similar in their intelligence and their intensity, diverge sharply in their execution. And it is, above everything else, a football match of the very highest order, one that none of us watching are likely to forget for a very long time. We have a great deal to get through this evening. We will examine the tactical battle in depth, assess the team news from both camps, explore the extraordinary journeys that brought these players to this particular moment, and reflect on what it truly means for Arsenal to be here, and what it would mean for them to win. The build-up show is underway. We are live in Budapest, and the atmosphere outside this magnificent arena is quite something to behold. Let us start, as we must, with the main event. Arsenal and Paris Saint-Germain will know each other rather well by the time the referee blows the whistle this evening. They have met 7 times in total, the head-to-head record carrying a balance that almost feels too neat to be true. 2 wins each and 3 draws from those previous 6 encounters, and the 2 most recent meetings both went to Paris Saint-Germain, who eliminated Arsenal in the semi-finals of this very competition last season, winning 3-1 on aggregate to progress to a final they would win by a demolition Inter Milan 5-0 in Munich. That result, 5-0 against Inter, sent an unmistakable message to the rest of European football. This was not a PSG muddling though, fortunate to have reached the showpiece occasion. This was a team in complete command of their facilities, a team with clear identity, a clear structure, and the individual quality to make it devastating. The margin of victory was the largest in the history of a European Cup or Champions League final. It demanded to be taken seriously. And yet Arsenal are here, and they arrive not as passive participants, relieved to have made the occasion, but as a side with genuine conviction that the trophy can be theirs. Consider what Mikel Arteta said at his pre-match press conference when it was suggested PSG might be considered favourites. He did not disagree gently. He cut through the question with the precision of a man who has spent 6.5 years building something and has no intention of being deferential on the night it matters most. They are defending the trophy. They are the champions, he said. They earned the right last season, and we are here to take that away from them. The clarity of that statement tells you everything about the mentality Arteta has installed in this group. They have won the Premier League, yes. They are satisfied, yes, but they want more. As Arteta himself put it, they have won. They want another. That is the level of ambition that pervades this Arsenal squad at this particular moment in time. They are also, it should be noted, a side that has constructed a formidable argument for their own success through the numbers of this campaign. Arsenal are the only unbeaten team remaining in this season's Champions League. They have played 14 matches and won the vast majority of them. They have conceded just 6 goals across the entire tournament, 6, which is a defensive record of quite staggering authority. 9 clean sheets in 14 games. They have been behind in this tournament for a grand total of 43 minutes. A single passage of play when Bayer Leverkusen scored at home in the round of 16. From that moment forward, Arsenal reasserted control and have not looked back. The structure of what Arteta has built defensively is not merely solid, it is a fortress, and a well-organised, well-drilled, psychologically resilient one at that. PSG, for all their brilliance, do not come into this final without their own vulnerabilities. In the semi-final against Bayern Munich across 2 legs, they conceded 5 goals. A 5-4 first leg at the Parc des Princes was the sort of match that thrills neutrals but should concern anyone tasked with stopping this Arsenal attack, because if Bayern could put 4 past PSG's defence across those legs, the question becomes whether Arsenal, a team with significantly more defensive control and fewer obligations to take risks, can exploit those same structural weaknesses in a more disciplined, calculated fashion. Bukayo Saka, who had been so central to everything Arsenal do and who embodies their identity as much as any player in the squad, spoke with real conviction this week about what is at stake. He said, we have enough fire going into this game. We know the history of the club and we can write history ourselves. I've got the opportunity to do that with the club I love. Those words carry weight when you consider Saka as a product of the Arsenal Academy, a boy from Ailing who came through the ranks and watched the club spend years chasing the level it once occupied. He knows what this would mean. He has earned the right to say those words. Martin Odegaard, the captain, offered his own perspective with characteristic thoughtfulness. He spoke of a dream he has carried since childhood, kicking a ball around on a small pitch near his house in Norway, imagining nights like this one. Winning the league doesn't change anything, he said. Our mindset is still the same. We have been through a lot as a group, and that has prepared us well. It is the language of a team united, a team that has possessed difficulty and emerged more cohesive for it. Whether that unity will be enough against the defending champions is the central question of the evening. We will return to the tactical intricacies of this contest very shortly, but before we do, we should pause to consider the broader significance of what Arsenal have achieved simply to be here. This is only the second time in the club's history that they have reached the Champions League final. The first was in 2006 in Paris, where they lost 2-1 to Barcelona in circumstances that still provoke considerable debate. That night, goalkeeper Jens Lehmann was sent off after just 18 minutes, reducing Arsenal to 10 men for the vast majority of the match. They led at half-time through a Sol Campbell header, defended with extraordinary courage, and were only undone in the final quarter of an hour by 2 substitute-inspired moments of quality. It was heartbreaking for those who played in it, and it has been a source of painful reflection in the 2 decades since. Jens Lehmann himself was at Selhurst Park last weekend on the pitch before Arsenal's final league game, and he addressed David Raya with a request that was poignant as it was direct. He said, "Please do us a favour, do not get sent off. I can tell you honestly, we missed it 20 years ago, and if you win it now, you are giving something back to the fans that we couldn't." There is a generational quality to what Arsenal attempt tonight. The players of 2006 did everything they could and fell short. The generation that followed them spent years without a trophy of any description. The current group has reclaimed the domestic summit and now stands at the door of something their predecessors could not quite reach. That is the full weight of the occasion. We're going to take a short break, but we are coming back with more on the tactical battle ahead, the team news from both camps, and the remarkable story of the man between the posts for Arsenal tonight. Stay with us. Welcome back to FT Sports live build-up from Budapest, where we are now an hour away from kick-off in the UEFA Champions League Final. Theo Bicknell here with you throughout, and we return to the heart of this contest, the tactical contest between Mikel Arteta and Luis Enrique. To understand what Arsenal are attempting to do defensively tonight, you need to appreciate the scale of the problem PSG present to any opposition. This is simply not a team with one or two elite attackers. Krejci, Kazlajka, Osman Dembele and Desire Doué across the front line constitute what many credible observers regard as the finest attacking trio in world football right now. They are defined above all else by fluidity. There are no fixed roles, no predictable positions. Players drift, rotate, exchange, drop deep, running behind, all with the ease of a side that has spent years drilling these movements under a manager who prizes collective expression over individual instruction. Plug one gap and another opens. Track one runner and a second is free. It is genuinely difficult to legislate against, as a succession of excellent European sides have discovered this season. Krajcis Vala in particular is the player Arsène will be most concerned about. He's been involved in more goals than any other player in this season's Champions League knockout phase, 10 in total, 7 scored and 3 assisted. He is the first player to score or assist in 7 consecutive knockout stage appearances in a single Champions League campaign. Those are the numbers that redefine the scale of the threat. He tends to occupy the left flank, but his movement off the ball is what truly unsettles defenders. He feints to go in behind, drops short, feints again, then goes in behind for real, and by the time a fullback has possessed all those movements, the ball has been threaded through and the damage is done. Arsenal saw this firsthand in the semi-final last season and will have studied it extensively since. Arteta's best solution to stopping Kvaratskhelia is almost certainly centred on Jurrien Timber, the Dutch international, who offers the kind of aggressive, compact, one-on-one defending ideally suited to that task. The difficulty is that Timber has not played since mid-March because of a groin injury. He is available for this match, Arsène confirmed as much in his team news briefing, but the question of whether a player who has been absent for the best part of 2.5 months can operate at the required level in a Champions League final is a legitimate one. Arteta may consider using Christian Mosquera, nominally a centre-back but someone who has been deployed at right-back at various points this season, as an alternative. That is a decision with significant consequences either way. At the other end of the pitch, Arsenal's greatest weapon is also their most well-documented one. Since the start of the 2023-24 season, Arsenal have scored 64 goals from set pieces, at least 9 more than any other team in Europe's top 5 leagues over the same period. No side on the continent has weaponised dead ball situations the way Arsenal have. The in-swinging corner, the long throw into the near post area, the precise delivery designed to exploit the back post. These are not accidents, they are the product of meticulous preparation under a set-piece coaching operation that has given Arsenal a genuine, repeatable scoring mechanism that most of their opponents simply cannot match. It is worth noting in this context that PSG have conceded 6 goals from non-penalty set pieces in League 1 this season. They're not a tail team. Their goalkeeper Matvei Safonov has been more inclined to punch crosses than catch them in European competition. 14 punches against 10 catches across the tournament. When delivery comes in quickly and at height over a retreating backline, PSG can be made to look uncomfortable. PSG captain Marquinhos acknowledged as much, albeit diplomatically, at his own press conference. "We're prepared for all eventualities," he said. "We know their strengths and how difficult it is to come up against them." That is the language of a team taking the set-piece threat seriously, even as Marquinhos was at plans to project confidence. He would hardly say anything else. Arsenal's midfield structure will also be central to how this match unfolds. Declan Rice, who has made 94 line-breaking passes in this season's competition, has been the engine of Arsenal's European campaign. His ability to control territory, disrupt opposition build-up play and drive forward with purpose gives Arsenal a dynamism that can sometimes be obscured by the emphasis on their defensive record. Alongside him, Martin Zubimendi offers a complementary intelligence, and then there is the interesting question of how Arteta uses Mikel Mourinho. Mourinho, who has been absent since January with a foot injury, made his comeback in the Dead Rubber League match against Crystal Palace last weekend. In last season's semi-final second leg, when used in a false 9 role, Mourinho's presence in and around the PSG penalty area created genuine confusion in their defensive structure. PSG's centre-backs were reluctant to follow him deep, which created space elsewhere, and his aerial ability on longer balls from David Raya gave Arsenal an option under pressure. Whether he starts or whether he enters the game as an impact substitute is unquestionably a factor. For PSG, the midfield trio of Fabian Ruiz, João Neves and Vitinha picks itself and represents one of the finest three-man units in European football. Vitinha in particular has been exceptional, making 227 line-breaking passes in this tournament, 44 more than any other player. Neves, despite his relatively modest stature, has engaged in more duels than any other midfielder in the competition, and has shown himself to be a constant set-piece threat from unlikely angles. Ruiz's return from injury for the second leg of the semi-final against Bayern added a dimension of stability and creativity on PSG's left side that had been missing during his absence. Now a defensive dimension of this contest has generated considerable attention in the days before the final deserves clear examination. The question of physical freshness. The numbers here are genuinely striking. Of the 11 players who started PSG's semi-final second leg, their combined league minutes this season total almost 7,000 fewer than the 11 who started Arsenal's equivalent fixture. Individuals' figures illustrate the scale of it. Marquinhos started just 14 league matches, using Champions League nights as the focus of his preparation. Kvaratskhelia competed the full 90 minutes in just 2 of his 28 league appearances. Dembele did so once in 22. Luis Enrique has used Ligue 1 more than an extended training programme for this European campaign. Rotating freely in a domestic competition, he has dominated so comprehensively that the title was confirmed with a game to spare. PSG sealed League One on May 13th, meaning they will have had a full 13 days of rest before tonight's final. Arsenal clinched their title last Tuesday, and having beaten Crystal Palace in their final league match 6 days ago, will have recovered around 6 days recovery. That 13 versus 6 day gap is not nothing. And yet Bukayo Saka addressed these points with a confidence that felt entirely genuine rather than performative. "We have had a week to recover and prepare for this game," he said. "The game will not be decided on minutes, it will be decided on moments." That is the understanding of a player at the peak of his powers, who knows that the compressed narratives of finals rarely conform to the logical exploitation of season-long statistics. In a one-off match, the team that executes their game plan most decisively in the crucial moments tends to win. Arsenal are a side built for those moments. Their entire identity under Arteta is composed under pressure, lethal at set pieces and psychologically robust. That is the identity of a team that wins tight, important matches. They have done precisely that throughout this campaign. We should also note the team news in full at this stage. Arteta confirmed this week that Ben White, who has been absent since January, will not feature tonight. He is the only significant absentee for Arsenal. Timber, as discussed, is available and will be assessed. Noni Madueke was also mentioned as being fit to start, having dealt with a tight hamstring in the days leading up to the final. For PSG, the picture is similarly positive. Hakimi, whose hamstring had kept him out since the first leg of the semi-final against Bayern, was named as available by Luis Enrique. Dembele, who missed an internal training match last weekend as a precaution, confirmed his own fitness, stating that he expects to be fully available. Luis Enrique, who was generous and precise in the praise of Arteta ahead of this fixture, offered what felt like a genuine assessment of the contest when asked whether PSG are favourites. "I do not think that there is a favourite, to be honest," he said. "It will be a very close call. The devil is in the details." That phrase, "the devil is in the details," is one that Luis Enrique has returned to repeatedly during this campaign, and it speaks to the manner in which he coaches. Margins, precisions, the small moments that accumulated over 90 minutes produce outcome, and his side is ready. We're going to take another short break now, but when we come back, we have more on the individuals who could define this evening, not least the extraordinary story of David Raya and what the letters written by Arsenal's players' families tell us about the human dimension of a night like this one. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, we are live in Budapest and the crowd is building beautifully inside the Puskás Aréna. This is FT Sports build up to the Champions League Final, and we return to the personal stories that give a match of this magnitude its emotional architecture. David Raya will tonight become only the third goalkeeper and the third person of any description to have played in the English non-league system before appearing in the UEFA Champions League Final. The other two are Steve Finnan, who won the trophy with Liverpool in 2005 after an earlier spell at Welling United, and Chris Smalling, who was an unused substitute in Manchester United's final defeat to Barcelona in 2011, having previously played for Maidstone. But of those three, Raya's journey is almost certainly the most remarkable, because he arrived in non-league football not as a peripheral figure falling through the system, but as a young Spanish goalkeeper who had chosen quite deliberately to drop into the fifth tier of English football in the search of his first team minutes. He was 19 years old when he joined Southport on loan from Blackburn Rovers in 2014, a teenager who had grown up playing for youth football for Cornellà, a third division club on the outskirts of Barcelona, before travelling to England at 16 as part of a partnership scheme between Cornellà and Blackburn. He was not first choice even at the academy. Paul Robinson, Jake Keane and Simon Eastwood all stood ahead of him in the Blackburn pecking order, and rather than accept the uncomfortable surroundings of development football, Raya chose to play real competitive matches at Moss Rose and Edgar Street and Hague Avenue, grounds where fewer than 1,500 people attended, where the pitches were uneven, where the physical and psychological demands were entirely unvarnished. What those worked with him during that period say about Raya is consistent and striking. They speak of a composure that seemed to defy the circumstances, a ball-playing ability that was genuinely unusual for non-league football at the time, and a competitive mentality so strong that it could occasionally wrong foot the people around him. In a late-season FA Cup third-round tie at Derby County, then a Championship club, Raya produced a series of outstanding saves before conceding a penalty in stoppage time and left the pitch in tears. It was not self-pity, it was the response of someone for whom in every match, regardless of its status, carried the full weight of ambition. It had meant he had to win that game. He was devastated not to. From Southport, he returned to Blackburn, made his way into the first team during their relegation to League One in 2017, and proved instrumental in their immediate return to the Championship. From there, a move to Brentford for £3 million. From Brentford, Arsenal paid £27 million from non-league to Champions League Final in 12 years. It is, in the truest sense of the phrase, a story that could not have been written in advance. This week, ahead of tonight's match, letters were shared publicly from the families of Arsenal's players. Private expressions of pride addressed directly to the men who will take this field this evening. They offer a glimpse of the human dimension beneath the professional exterior and are worth reflecting upon. Raya's mother wrote to him as a goalkeeper standing on the threshold of the greatest match in club football, but she addressed him first as a 16-year-old boy who had the courage to leave everything behind to chase a dream. She told him that everything he had achieved had come from hard work and dedication, and that what she admired most about him was not what he did on a football pitch, but who he was as a person. And then at the end, she gave him the instruction that every footballer needs before a final. Go for the win. The letter to Bukayo Saka from his parents is equally affecting. They wrote of watching him lift a trophy as more than a football moment. It was, they said, the reward for every sacrifice, every prayer, every challenge he quietly fought through with strength and grace. They acknowledged that what made them proudest was not the medals, but the man, and they reminded him ahead of tonight to enjoy the moment. Saka is 23 years old. He has been an Arsenal player his entire senior career. He has seen this club at its lowest, and he is now part of the team that has returned it to its summit. If there is a goal tonight, a decisive contribution in either direction, it would surprise no one if it came from him. Martin Odegaard's mother wrote of a little boy with a ball at his feet and the biggest dreams in his heart, and of a man who has led with humility, determination and commitment through every challenge his career has placed in front of him. She noted that he had seen Arsenal to a Premier League title, to a Champions League final, and had led Norway to their first World Cup qualification in 28 years. You've achieved so much, she wrote. Yes, I know there is still so much to come. The phrase is apt. Odegaard has not yet reached the ceiling of what he can accomplish in the game. Tonight is a step, not an endpoint. There was also a letter from the former Arsenal sporting director, Edu Gaspar, who was part of the structure that began the rebuild Arteta has completed. He wrote simply, "Today is a day to make history. Let's go." Brief, direct and entirely to its point. 7 words that capture a sentiment shared by every Arsenal supporter watching tonight from wherever they happen to be. We should not lose sight of what these Arsenal players have overcome collectively to reach this moment. When Arteta took charge in 2019 in December, Arsenal were a club in genuinely difficulty. They were 8th in the Premier League. They had been without Champions League football for 3 seasons. The years that preceded his appointment had been characterised by drift, inconsistency and a growing disconnect between the club's perception of itself and the reality of what it had become. Arteta inherited the project knowing it would require a complete reset of the squad, of the culture, of the expectations. 3 more seasons without Champions League football followed his appointment before they finally returned to the competition in 2023 to 2024 season. But since that return, the trajectory has been almost perfectly linear. Quarter-final, semi-final, final, each season 1 round further. Each season a squad that has grown in experience, belief and depth. And the Arsenal of tonight are substantially stronger, more capable, a more complete group than the one that faced PSG's in last year's semi-final. Kai Havertz was absent then. Gabriel Magalhaes was absent. Ricardo Calafiori was absent. The bench in those 2 legs was populated largely by inexperienced squad players. Tonight, Arteta has genuine alternatives at every position, meaningful impact players to change a game that might need changing. The depth is real. It is also worth considering the psychological dimension of having been here before, in the sense of that Arsenal know what it is to play PSG in a high-stakes European knockout match, even if the occasion tonight is of an entirely different order. Last season's semi-final generated valuable learning. Arteta acknowledged after the first leg that there was an issue in his side's defensive shape that he was able to identify and correct within 15 to 20 minutes of the game, adjusting Martin Odegaard's pressing role and tasking William Saliba with a tighter, more aggressive attention to Dembele. That capacity to identify and correct mid-match is the hallmark of an intelligent coaching staff, and it is a resource that cannot be quantified in statistics. More from us in a moment. We're going to a quick break, and when we return, we turn to the story of Paris Saint-Germain's own transformation and to the historical precedents that surround tonight's final. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to Budapest. The UEFA Champions League Final is approaching, and this is FT Sports Build-Up Show with Theo Bicknell. We have been exploring the Arsenal story at some length because, quite rightly, this is their night in many ways. The first truly realistic opportunity to win a trophy that has eluded them throughout their history, but it would be a disservice to the occasion not to give proper time and attention to the club standing in their way, because the story of Paris Saint-Germain's transformation over the past several years is one of the most fascinating narratives in European football. When Qatar Sports Investments finalised their purchase of PSG in 2011, they were acquiring a club that had finished 13th in league in the previous season. A sleeping giant of the French game, perhaps, but one that had been sleeping for a considerable time. The early years of QSI ownership were defined by what those within the club would later call, with a degree of self-awareness, the bling-bling era, the pursuit of global recognition, though through the acquisition of the world's most famous players. Zlatan Ibrahimovic came first, then Neymar for a world record fee that sent shockwaves through the economics of European football, then Kylian Mbappe, then Lionel Messi. The squad at various points contained a constellation of talent that should, by any reasonable measure, have been capable of winning the Champions League with some regularity. They did not. What prevented them was not a lack of individual quality, but an excess of individual ego. The dynamics inside the dressing room during those years were complex and frequently corrosive. Players negotiated terms that gave them influence over team sheets and training schedules. Disputes were common. The Kobe Bryant story is illuminating precisely because of how small the incident was in absolute terms. The basketball legend visited PSG's training ground. Neymar and Mbappe wanted to work with him. The manager at the time wanted his players rested, and a battle of wills ensued. The manager won that particular skirmish, but the fact that such battles were happening at all tells you everything about where the power resided and why results suffered accordingly. Luis Enrique changed all of that, and the manner in which he did it is a study in managerial clarity. His arrival was preceded unusually by a philosophical decision rather than a personal decision. The club asked itself a fundamental question: what kind of football do we want to play? The manager was attacking football with French players at its heart. Then they chose the manager. Then they built the squad. That sequencing, identity before appointment, appointment before recruitment, is the reverse of how many clubs operate, and it produced a structure that has proven unusually stable. The changes Enrique made were visible almost immediately. Messi, Neymar, Mbappe, Marco Verratti, Sergio Ramos, the entire cast of the previous era was moved on. These were not decisions made as punishment, they were decisions made in service of a simple principle. No player would be above the team, and Enrique enforced that principle with a consistency that quickly established the new order. Perhaps no single moment illustrated it more clearly than the incident at the end of September last season, when Ousmane and Dembele arrived 10 minutes late for training before a Champions League fixture. 10 minutes, Enrique dropped him immediately. The player who would go to win the Ballon d'Or dropped for arriving 10 minutes late for training. The message to the rest of the squad was unmistakable, and the response it generated was arguably the most important cultural shift PSG have made under QSI ownership. Rather than sulking, Dembele adapted. When he was substituted in subsequent matches, he encouraged his replacement. Injured players were required to attend training and remained engaged with the group. The collective became, for the first time in years, genuinely collective. PSG had the fewest yellow cards in Europe's top leagues, not because their players lacked conviction, but because they stopped arguing with referees and stopped indulging in the kind of theatrical dissent that characterised earlier generations. This season, 20 different players scored goals for PSG. That statistic does not happen by accident. It is the product of a system that distributes responsibility, shares involvement, and trusts in a collective mechanism rather than a hierarchical one anchored to one or two individuals. The structural stability behind Enrique extends the relationship between the three key figures at the club: Enrique himself, sporting director Luis Campos, and president Nasser Al-Khelaifi. In previous eras, these relationships were often a source of friction and competing priorities. Now they are aligned. Enrique defines the footballing vision, Campos manages recruitment and squad construction with precision. Al-Khelaifi oversees the broader project. When the French media were clamouring for major January signings after the early Champions League setbacks against Arsenal, Bayern and Atletico Madrid, PSG made exactly one, and it was Kelechi Kvaratskhelia, who's since become the tournament's outstanding performer and whose impact on his run to the final has been decisive. The restraint, the patience, the refusal to panic, these are the qualities of a genuinely well-run football club. The average age of PSG's starting side this season was the lowest in Ligue 1 and the second lowest in any of Europe's top 5 divisions. 6 academy graduates made their first team debuts. The connection to French identities that Al-Khelaifi identified as a priority has been meaningfully delivered. Nearly half of the team's playing time now goes to French players. The club is still not the finished article. Their stadium's capacity of approximately 46,000 is too small for a club of their stature, and French television rights generate a fraction of what Arsenal and their Premier League peers receive. PSG earn approximately €9 million in domestic broadcast revenue per season. The top 5 Premier League clubs receive in religion of €200 million. That structural imbalance makes what they have achieved in European competition all the more extraordinary. Tonight they seek to become only the second club in the Champions League era to successfully defend their title. The only side to have achieved it are Real Madrid, who won 3 consecutive finals between 2016 and 2018 under Zinedine Zidane. That is the scale of the feat they are attempting, and if Luis Enrique does guide PSG to a second consecutive European crown, he will join Pep Guardiola, Bob Paisley and Zidane himself as managers who have won 3 UEFA Champions League or European Cup trophies. The weight of that context should not be underestimated. We'll take another break now, and when we come back, we'll focus on the specific tactical elements that could be decisive tonight, the history of this precise matchup between these two clubs, and the man who will be leading Arsenal out this evening as captain. Do not go far. Welcome back to FT Sports build-up show. We are live from Budapest. The teams will be making final preparations right now. The warm-up routines already underway. The tactical instructions being delivered and absorbed. Let us consider what this match is likely to look in practice. The tactical battle at its core is this. PSG want to own the ball and attack in their characteristic fluid, rotating manner, with the front three swapping positions, have movement patterns to pull Arsenal's defensive shape out of alignment. Arsenal want to press intelligently, regain the ball in advanced areas, defend with compact discipline when they do not have possession, and exploit set pieces and traditional moments to score. Both approaches are coherent, both have been proven at the highest level this season. The question is which side can impose their identity more consistency over 90 minutes. Arsenal's pressing records in the Champions League this season is exceptional. Their 79 final third regains place them in the top three of the Champions League alongside PSG and Bayern. A quarter of those regains have led directly to shots. The pressing is not chaotic or high risk. It is structured, targeted and built around specific triggers. Saka is typically deployed to press the PSG centre-back on the near side, with the right-back matching the opposition's left-back. When that press works, it produces exactly the kind of turnover that Arsenal have used so effectively throughout this campaign. When it is exploited by a team good enough to play through it, and PSG are certainly good enough, the risk is that a dangerous front three finds space in behind a committed defensive line. PSG's own approach to pressing is the most intense in European football. Their man-to-man structure, when the opposition builds from the back, has undone countless teams this season. What Arsenal may look to do is use the false nine movement that proved effective in last season's second leg, deploying a central player, Havertz or Mourinho, in a deep position that disrupts PSG's pressing triggers by removing the obvious target. When PSG's centre-backs are uncertain whether to step out and follow or stay and remain compact, the space between their defensive lines can open. Rice and Zubamendi's ability to exploit that space with quick combinations through the thirds could be critical. There is also the question of the long ball, which should not be dismissed as a retreat from principle in this context. Against intense high pressing, the ball played over the press into the channel for a runner to pursue is a legitimate effective weapon. Victor Gyökeres, who joined Arsenal in January and has been in strong form since his debut, offered pace and physical presence that neither Havertz nor Mourinho can entirely replicate. He could be valuable either from the start or off the bench in moments where Arsenal want to stretch PSG's offensive line and attack the space behind it. One historical observation about this final is worth noting above all others. In the past 11 Champions League finals, not once has the team that had conceded first come back to win. Not since Real Madrid's recovery in 2014 has the side that gave up the opening goal lifted the trophy. That statistic places enormous premium on a disciplined, focused start, particularly against the PSG side, who has scored the opening goal in this tournament more reliably than almost any team in the competition. They took the lead after just 3 minutes in the second leg against Bayern, a goal that immediately reshaped the psychology of that match and took the intensity out of it. If Arsenal can remain organised and resolute in the opening period, the match remains genuinely open. If PSG score early, the challenge facing Arteta's side becomes substantially greater. David Raya will be key to that. His shot stopping this season has been worth 5 goals to Arsenal based on post-shot expected goals data, meaning that he's prevented 5 goals that the quality of shots against him would have predicted as goals. 3 of the 4 non-penalty strikes that have beaten him in this tournament have been high balls, which is useful information for Arsenal's defensive setup. He is exceptional at low balls, particularly to his left, but the aerial threat to his near post area requires careful management. Against the PSG side, who plays short corners more than half the time and look to create technical crossing angles rather than physical deliveries, Ray's distribution and command of his area will be as important as his shot stopping. On the subject of statistics that illuminate this matchup more broadly, the combined attacking and defensive records of every Champions League finalist since 1992 reveal an interesting pattern. 9 of the 10 sides with the strongest attacking records in this competition have won the final they appeared in. Liverpool in 2017-18 are the only top 10 attacking side to have lost, despite outscoring Real Madrid per game across their tournament. Conversely, of the strongest defensive sides and finals over that period, 6 of 10 have won. The picture is mixed enough to prevent confidence extrapolation, but it reinforces a significant point. Arsenal's defensive record in this tournament is historically impressive. Their goals conceded rate of 0.43 per game would rank among the top 10 finals appearances for defensive strength in the competition's 34-year history. That is not a trivial consideration. It is, in fact, one of the most substantive arguments for an Arsenal victory tonight. There is one further element of personal narrative that deserves attention before we reach the final stage of our build-up. Arsenal's pursuit of the Champions League has a direct, tangible connection to the single previous final they have reached. When they were beaten by Barcelona in 2006, the defeat left a wound that took years to heal. Patrick Vieira had already left, Robert Pires and Dennis Bergkamp followed, Sol Campbell, Ashley Cole and Lauren all departed that summer. The Invincibles generation, the greatest Arsenal side in the modern era, had been disintegrating for 2 years by that point, and the final in Paris was a last moment for some of them, an opportunity to add one trophy that had eluded even Arsène Wenger's finest terms. They almost did it, playing 72 minutes with 10 men, leading at half-time, refusing to be broken. Henrik Larsson came on as a substitute for Barcelona and provided 2 assists in 14 minutes that changed everything. A close thing that became a defeat became 2 decades of absence from this stage. It is just awful, isn't it? Was how Sol Campbell put it, with a frankness that captured the feeling precisely. I knew that was going to be the last time I was going to be there, playing in the Champions League, playing in a final at that level. I knew this was my only chance. Ashley Cole, who went on to reach 2 more finals with Chelsea, described the day itself as magical before the outcome made it painful. You just had to use that feeling, he said, that emotion after the game, knowing you were so close to use it as fuel. For Arsenal, that occasion has served as precisely fuel. It has been 20 years in the making for this return, and they are here finally with a squad arguably more complete than the one Wenger built, with a manager whose capacity for preparation and tactical intelligence matches any in the game, and with goalkeeping coach who has spent time with the players this week, offering, in James Lehmann's word, the single plea not to repeat this mistake. His mistake was a single red card in a single early moment. The rest of those players did everything right. Tonight's group starts from that inheritance. They know what came before. They know what it cost, and they have a chance to sell it. We're going to pause briefly once more, and when we return, it is the home straight of our final build-up, final thoughts on this contest, the moment to watch, and the players who can make the difference. We are almost there. We'll see you after this short break. The evening here in Budapest has taken on a quality that only the truly great occasions carry. A short while ago, the Killers brought the Puskás Aréna to life during the kick-off show, a performance that set the tone for what's to follow, the music giving way to now the anticipation of something altogether different. The crowd inside this arena knows what is coming, and so do we. Live commentary on this Champions League final gets underway here on FT Sport immediately after the break. Everything that has been discussed, analysed and debated across the course of this build-up show will be settled on that pitch tonight. The defensive record that has defined Arsenal's European campaign, the attacking brilliance PSG has demonstrated throughout this competition, the tactical intelligence of two of the finest managers in the game, and the personal stories of players who spent careers working towards a night exactly like this one. We will be with you for every single moment of it. Before we get there, we're going to take one final break, and when we come back, it's live commentary, it's kickoff, and it is now history in the making. Well, welcome then to Budapest. The players just coming out of the tunnel now. You've joined us at the right time if you are just joining us for the first time this evening. Arsenal, PSG here at the Puskás Aréna. Kick-off moments away. And the teams now coming out to an atmosphere unlike any other. The PSG fans, they have the tifos up, they have the flags waving. The Arsenal fans, the same as well. That PSG tifo has a man hugging the Champions League trophy. The question is whether in around about a few hours time they will be holding that. The Champions League anthem being performed on piano for this momentous occasion. We've had the Killers perform Mr. Brightside and many other songs of theirs just minutes ago, and the atmosphere is building up for an incredible final. We'll go through the lineups when they come on in just a second, but first we see the players standing and waiting for this match to get underway. The Champions League anthem belting out around the stands. The question is though whether in an hour's time, or a bit more than that maybe, but who will be lifting that trophy? The ball kids or ball boys, or the kids accompanying the players run off and they leave it to the players. The players shake hands and the pitch is cleared of the decoration of the final backdrop. Let's take you through the lineups then before the kick-off. Both sides coming in with 4-3-3 formations, but we'll start off with the Paris Saint-Germain side. In goal it is Safanoff, a back four of Mendes, Pacho, the captain Marquinhos and Hakimi. It's a midfield of three of Ruiz, Vitinha and Neves, and up front the attacking players Kvaratskhelia, Dembele and Doué. And for Arsenal, it's another 4-4. It's another 4-3-3 formation with David Raya in there. We spoke about him on the build-up. A back four of Mosquera, Saliba, Gabriel, and Hincapié. A midfield of Odegaard, Rice, Lewis, Skelly, and up front it's Saka, Havertz, and Trossard. The bench for PSG looks like this: Lucas Xavier, Renato Marin, Elias Sabanari, Lucas Beraldo, Lucas Hernandez, Dro Hernandez, Kang-in Lee, Seni Malulu, Warren Emery, Bradley Barcola, Goncalo Ramos, and Ibrahim Mahei. And the bench for Arsenal look like this: Kepa Arrizabalaga, Jurrien Timber, Ricardo Calafiori, Christian Norgard, Eberechi Eze, Martin Zubamendi, Max Doman, Mikel Mourinho, Gabriel Jesus, Gabriel Martinelli, Noni Madueke, and Victor Gyökeres. The one injured and suspended player on the list is Ben White with a knee injury. He's out until mid-August 2026. And the two head coaches, we spoke about them a lot in the build-up, are Luis Enrique and Mikel Arteta. The question is though, which player in this team, in these two team lineups, will make the difference in tonight's final? Remember, if it's a draw after 90 minutes, we don't end there. We go to added time. And then if we do not get a winner in 120 minutes, we go to a penalty shootout. That is the heightened situation of tonight here at the Puskás Aréna in Budapest. The head-to-head record between these two sides look like this: 2 wins for PSG, 2 draw matches, and 2 wins for Arsenal. The 2 most recent matches was the semi-final last season on the 7th and 29th of April and May in 2025. PSG won 2-1 Arsenal in the second leg, and they also won 1-0 away at the Emirates in the first leg. So those are the 2 matches to watch for here. But it's a neutral venue, although the capacity is high. It's certainly going to be an incredible Champions League final. A match insight for you quickly: Arsenal are the only unbeaten team in this season's Champions League, with 11 wins and 3 draws. We are though just seconds away, and the seconds have passed. We are underway for this season's Champions League final, and who knows, in a matter of around about 90 minutes time, or maybe longer, we will find out who will be the champion. Arsenal playing in their red kit, their red home kit. Although they are the designated away side, their kit doesn't clash with the designated home side of Paris Saint-Germain, who are wearing their blue, their dark blue, close purple home kits. As we see Luis Enrique on the bench here, the head coach, and already Trossard going down here after having contacts with a Hakimi. Mikel Arteta not sat down, he is pacing the sideline. We are only around about 50 seconds in, and really the nerves can't settle. Arsenal will have a free kick after Trossard went down, but Declan Rice will take this at the halfway line. Maybe could be a ball into the box here from a long way out, but I don't really see much threat coming from this. It is a set piece, so Arsenal like to play well on these. As now headed outside the box and maybe try to find a ball through to Havertz, but he misses it and it goes out for a goal kick. Havertz there was nowhere to be seen. The header was clearly directed towards in his favour, but in the end wasn't good enough. 0-0 after a minute and a half, and it will be a goal kick for Safanov. Safanov, in terms of stats this season, he's 27 years of age. In the league this season, he's played 15 matches with 8 clean sheets, and mainly a sweeper keeper. He's conceded quite a few goals as well. But he's won a lot of trophies with PSG. The Trophée des Champions, the Coupe de France, the Champions League, last season, the UEFA Super Cup, the FIFA Intercontinental Cup, and Ligue 1. 2 of them. Question is, can he earn the second of his Champions League trophies this evening? He is the one who starts in goal this evening. PSG with possession, but broken up by Arsenal. Arsenal can't hang on to it. Instead, it goes to Vitinha. Vitinha has the ball at his feet. The question is, what can he do with it? He's in his own half here. Vitinha. Play it out to Ruiz. Ruiz down the line. Finds Dembele. Dembele is playing a bit back than his striking position on the team sheet. Back to Vitinha. Vitinha looks at Neves. Neves, though, goes on a bit of a run, but still the ball at Vitinha's feet. Vitinha goes out wide to find Doué. Looks like they're playing a different formation than a 4-3-3. Arsenal have definitely adapted. They're playing a 4-2-3-1 with a back four of Mosquera, Saliba, Gabriel and Hincapié. Rice and Lewis Skelly, I think, are the two defensive midfielders. So it's going to be interesting to see. Well, we've spoken in the build about Mikel Arteta having to change formation through the semi-finals of his of the Champions League last season. Question is, though, has he done that there now in order, as he's seen something earlier he wants to prevent? I'm not sure. PSG have held possession, but now Arsenal have an attacking chance. The ball's with Saka, but he loses it. Stops the ball from going out for a foul. Does Mendes, and Mendes gets the ball to Mosquera for a touch before it goes out of play. And it will be a PSG throw-in PSG's own half. 4 minutes gone. PSG still scoreless here with Arsenal. Throw-in here for Arsenal. Thrown towards Dembele, but Dembele can't get there. Instead, it's met by Marquinhos. Sorry, it's not. It's Gabriel's header, and a stoppage for a foul. Saka involved, and Fabian Ruiz also involved. Yeah, it's Fabian Ruiz who just gets a bit of what it looks like is a shoulder barge on Saka while he's mid-air in an aerial battle, and Saka goes down, and free kick given to Arsenal. Arsenal play the ball back from the free kick. Arsenal have the ball just outside their box. Bit of pressure being put on by PSG here now. Ball with Lewis Skelly. Lewis Skelly passes it out wide. And now there's a big chance for Arsenal. Saka could provide a bit of backup here, but Arsenal have a chance already early. It's in the back of the net. A shot straight away. Just like that. And Kai Havertz has given Arsenal the lead. We thought he'd pass it to Saka, but he didn't need to. Kai Havertz, a goal scorer in the Champions League final in 5 minutes. And Arsenal have a 1-goal advantage just like that. Big opening moment for Arsenal here. Luis Enrique is clearly not happy. The PSG fans, they know they've still got something left in the side. Their side is crestfallen, but there's still 85 minutes to play. Well, we're seeing the attack one more time, and it's a lovely ball. It gets a deflection which leads to the ball going right to Havertz's feet. Havertz is on the wing here rather than playing centrally. He doesn't expect to get the ball, but when he does, he gets onto it. Marquinhos plays the ball, tries to get it past Trossard. Trossard ultimately gets the deflection. As a result, he's actually got an assist for it, but Kai Havertz gets it past the keeper. Vasafanov was ready for a shot, but I thought he was going to pass it to Saka, because Saka was equally open as well, but Kai Havertz went for his moment and he got the goal. We are back underway and PSG are down 1-0 just like that. Kai Havertz with a goal inside the first 6 minutes of this UEFA Champions League final. PSG now have the ball. They'd love to get one right back here. Players going down here. A foul called and PSG concede a free kick to Arsenal here, but Arsenal have taken a 1-0 advantage, and well, the Puskás Aréna is reacting to it. It's Kai Havertz's 4th goal in 6 matches, but wow, yeah, the shot is incredible. Over Safanov. Safanov plays it like it's going to be a low-driven shot. He's wrong. Safanov thinks it's going to go through his legs at least, tries to clench his legs together, and in the end the ball ends up going over him and hits the top of the net on the inside of it, and ultimately ends up being a goal just like that. So Arsenal have a 1-0 advantage here. Fabian's up, he's got a little bit of a limp to him. He should be fine to continue. Not sure why he wouldn't be, because he's up now and he's moving fine. This is what happens here. Is it like potentially Lewis Skelly goes down a bit too easily after a touch here? Fabian Ruiz got like a little hit to his knee from a Declan Rice kick that he attempted to get the ball with. In the end, ended up kicking his knee by maybe a slight touch, but not that much. So they're both fine to continue. Free kick taken by Arsenal as a result, and now PSG have regained the ball, and they are developing something down the wing here at very high pace. Could cross it in here, which they do, headed away by Arsenal. Ball now at Trossard's feet. Trossard needs to get it out of there. He's on a lovely run, and now he's down the wing, but Nkape defends it well. And sorry, that was Hakimi. And PSG have possession just like that. Once again, outside of their box, but it's Arsenal who's got the 1-0 advantage. Yeah, and that corner moments ago, the cross into the box there from PSG had a bit of threat to it, had to be cleared by Arsenal, but the attack that followed after didn't really come. They had to press a bit more, I think, on the attack, because after the header was cleared by Arsenal, Trossard was able to easily run out and make his way onto the wing, and was only stopped by Hakimi's sliding tackle. They've got to realise that once you get a chance in this final, you've got to play with it. Ball now with Ruiz, plays it inside to Kvaratskhelia, and now Arsenal regain possession, but PSG trying to fight back here, but 1-0 down. They don't have much resilience on them now. Arsenal concede a foul there, and it will be a PSG free kick, roughly around about the same position PSG had one. Arsenal had one, sorry, in the opening minutes of this one, but PSG instead play it back instead of trying to play it in. They're playing with it quickly, and once again down that far wing, they're developing another attack. This time they play it more centrally. Played now to Mendes. Mendes now. Ball is with Kvaratskhelia, who's gone back, but now moving more upwards. Ball is with Vitinha. Now back down that far wing. 10 minutes gone. Arsenal have a 1-0 advantage. PSG, though, have looked better in these last few minutes, though. They've not created a chance as much yet, but they're close. Ball with Mendes. Mendes to Kvaratskhelia, who's come back once again. Ball with Vitinha. Havertz, the only goal scorer on this one, but maybe could a PSG player add their name to the goal sheet. Ball played into the box. Kvaratskhelia couldn't get the ball to him. He does now. Cleared by Arsenal with a well-earned, lovely sliding tackle. And it's perfect enough. It's not going to be a penalty whatsoever. Kvaratskhelia doesn't even go down. About 3 players lunge for the ball. And now it's going to be a PSG corner. PSG play the corner quickly. It's played to the back post, and the attempt to play it into the box is hit by a ball that hits the side netting. Yeah, disappointing effort from Fabian there, Fabian Ruiz. It should be playing it. I can see what he's trying to do, play it in, but the attempt to square it into the box is not good enough. Yes, he's got some aerial on it, but one, there needs to be more aerial to get it to a player's head, if that's the aim. And the accuracy's got to be so much better. You can't be aiming for the far net. Didn't look like it was going to be a shot, because he wasn't clearly looking at the goal. He was looking at the inside of the box. So, quite clearly says, I'm not going to go for a shot here. Get ready in the box, but no one has to be there because the ball hit the side netting instead. Well, you do have to give to him. It was a bit of a hard angle, but nevertheless, you don't want to make any mistakes. But now Arsenal have a 1-0 lead. They did have a lead in that 2006 final, if I may remind you, in which they lost. The heartbreak still lives on in their hearts. They have the ability to do the double today, but that would refill so many hearts. This is a through ball played to Ruiz. Ruiz has a shot. It's gone off target, but it was looking promising there. Yeah, it's a lovely through ball that comes out of absolutely nowhere. The ball's at the halfway line there when Ruiz just breaks out. Rice slows down and Ruiz notices that opportunity, makes a run. And Raya, I think, knew it was going to go wide because he didn't commit to it when he was already committed to it. Halfway through, he kind of went off of it. But, wow. Big moment for PSG. Well, let's just say, ever since the Arsenal goal, PSG have controlled the momentum. Ball is with their feet in their own half. Do we think PSG could bring it back here? There's a long way to go, so potentially, certainly. Ball at the halfway line. And PSG with it. They play it into their own half. Ball is with Vitinha. Once again, it looks like Carvajal is going to drop back a bit. When Carvajal drops back, it's Ruiz who goes up for it. Potentially Mendes is also going up in his place. Ball with Ruiz in their own half. Now being pressed by Odegaard. Odegaard with a press. Odegaard is was situated. It was a 4-3-3 before kickoff. Instead, Arteta switched it to a 4-2-3-1. Odegaard sits on the attacking midfield portion right behind Kai Havertz, but Havertz wasn't pressing there, and more Odegaard was pressing more up there. So it's going to be interesting to see where Trossard plays. Where Havertz plays and Trossard as well for the remainder of these 76 minutes. Going to be a free kick here in PSG's own half, where they find the ball now going into Arsenal's half. Ball with now Mendes. Mendes passes it to Carvajal. Now with Vitinha in the centre circle. Looks like he's going to find Ruiz, which he does. Ruiz back to Vitinha. Yeah, and Ruiz also dropping back as well. Mendes playing up. We've also got Doué, who's kind of switched sides a bit. Doué meant to be on one side, now playing back on the other. Now ball played to Hakimi, where Hakimi has moved up to where Doué should be. Ball tried to play into the box, but it's got a deflection from Arsenal, and it's going to be a second PSG corner. Yeah, great momentum going towards PSG's way. They can convert into a goal by the looks of it. We'll have to find out. Another corner for PSG, this time played centrally in. Saka nearly doesn't clear it well. Calls for a handball by Saka. That's a mistake you do not want to make, especially in the penalty area. I believe it's been cleared by the VAR. Of course, VAR in action tonight. So we'll keep an eye out just in case that does prove to be anything. Now here come Arsenal on a counter-attack. The ball is with Odegaard. Odegaard tries to play it to Trossard. Ball though ends up in Safanov's hand. And hopefully we can get a replay of the moment with Saka. And Saka, oh, it does hit Saka's hand. Well, VAR cleared it almost instantly, but should that have been a penalty just like that? Well, it'll be controversial if there's any penalty like that given in a momentous occasion like this. Will be debated, and it will be controversial if given or if not given. Question is though, have they made the right decision there? Well, Saka with a handball, penalty could have easily given PSG the lead in this one. Ball now with Vitinha. Vitinha playing it up to Ruiz. Ruiz now passing back to Captain Marquinhos, who wears the yellow UEFA armband on his arm this evening. 17 minutes gone. Arsenal with the goal advantage, but PSG have looked more strongly in the 10 minutes that have followed since that. Ball now with Carvajal, who's gone back to his original position on the team sheet. Ball now with Ruiz. And could something be brewing here for PSG? They're doing a really slow build-up, but a really convincing final attack. Ball now on the wing. Do they find a ball in the box? Yes, they do. Ball goes to Kvashkala, who tries to play a back heel, but doesn't work out, as the player of Mendes isn't there to follow up. PSG, though, regain it, though. Ball now with Ruiz. Ruiz plays it back to Vitinha. Vitinha now out to Mendes. Mendes now down the line to Doué, who's still on that other wing. Doué tries to play it through two players of Saka and Mascara, but he can't. And Arsenal possession. They find the ball back to Raya, who is the third keeper who's played in non-league football in England to have played in a Champions League final. Last person to do that was one of Man United's unused substitute in the 2017-18 final. Arsenal with the ball. Saka tries to get ahead on it, but he can't. And just like that, Arsenal lose possession once again. Safanov. Ball with Neves. Neves hasn't seen much of the ball, only 10 touches. But he's had 8 of 9 accurate passes. Ball with Ruiz. Man who's seen most of the ball this evening is Vitinha, who has got 26 touches, and he's also completed the most passes with 22. Ball with Arsenal now on the far wing. Maybe a ball here that could be played into the box. Ball is with Hakimi, but goes out for a throw-in. And Arsenal will get the throw-in. Nkape with the ball in his hands. Yeah, you've got to say, the first goal came of a counter-attack, but since then, PSG have definitely looked the strongest. In the match, they've had 78% possession, with one shot, but quite a few big chances. They've had more touches in the opposition box, so the question is, will it go their way in a few moments' time? Ball now with PSG, who have the ball now with Kvashkala. Kvashkala finds the ball now back to Mendes. Still 1-0 to Arsenal. Havertz, the only name on the goal sheet as it stands, with a goal 6 minutes in. Will that change? Ball with Vitinha. Now to Marquinhos, who plays it down the wing. Ball now with Doué, who's changed to his wing that was specified on the team sheet. Maybe a through ball played here. Instead it's ended up in David Raya's hands. Trying to find potentially Hakimi, roughly where he lost the ball last time from the throw-in. But in the end, the through ball had too much power on it and went out. 21 minutes gone. And we've got World Cup coverage 2026 coming up on FD Sport. The games get underway just under 2 weeks' time in the 3 host countries of the USA, Canada, and Mexico. We will have coverage of the tournament here on FC Sport. And this would roughly be the time a hydration break is used, but this is the Champions League final we play on. Ball with Arsenal. Goes out for throw-in. Tries to find a throw-in that could reach Nkape, but the referee stops that from happening and suggests the throw-in's going to be taken too quickly. But Arsenal made the perfect start with their goal, but the question is, can they uphold the end of the deal? Arsenal with a 1-goal lead over Ligue 1 winners, champions once again, PSG. Now maybe a ball played over the top here. The ball is at Dembele. Dembele plays it out to Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia could play a ball into the box here from the left-hand wing. Kvaratskhelia loses the ball at his feet. It's going to go out unless Arsenal do stop it. They do stop it and get a touch off of Ruiz, and it will be a throw-in. Ruiz picks up the ball and throws it to Mosquera. You got to say, Ruiz, big respect from him there. Usually you just have a player final like this, and in fact we are going to get a hydration break. Well, we are going to get a hydration break here in Budapest. So it gives us a chance to tell you what the weather is like here in Budapest. In fact, it is a lovely 26 degrees. However, not gonna lie, I've just searched up the wrong Budapest. I'm looking at Georgia, Budapest. Can I be honest? I never knew there was a Budapest in Georgia, but if you are in Georgia and in Budapest watching this, congratulations. It is 25 degrees here in Budapest, Hungary. Rain possible in a few hours' time, which is 9:15 local time here in Budapest, 8:15 PM British time. We're just seeing replays now of Mikel Arteta celebrating the first goal of the game. Arsenal just looked off in these last few moments. The first goal looked like this, a 0.12 expected goal, a 0.64 goal on target. So done well there. So we'll find out what's going to happen here. Mosquera with a throw-in. Is there another twist in the tale to come? Mosquera finally takes the throw-in. We've been waiting a few minutes to play for. Havertz now, ball at Saka's feet and taken out of play by PSG convincingly. Very well done there by Ruiz. He's been very well down that wing. Highlight from Marquinhos in this one. He's committed an error that led to a goal. That's not what you want on highlights of the final. Saka now with it on the wing. Could Saka find a ball here? Arsenal look convincing, and this could be a chance. Ball played into the box. It is cleared by Safanov. Safanov is down here holding his head. Referee stops play. Yeah, he willingly drove in a way. Very heroic there, putting his whole body on the line. Saka plays the ball and Marquinhos tries to clear it. Yeah, I'm trying to see if anyone hits Safanov on the head. Oh, it's his own teammate's knee. Back of the head. Medical staff being called on here. And we hope Safanov is alright. Took a knee to the back of the head. And is now receiving treatment in the box. They are warming up. Another keeper, Paris Saint-Germain. And that keeper is Lucas Chevalier. Stats in League 1 this season: 17 matches, 9 clean sheets, saved 1 of the 2 penalties faced. So he's not a bad guy to bring on here. But Safanov, this would be a blow if he's out of the game like that. Yeah, Saka played a really convincing ball, and Trossard tries running towards it. But I think he started his run too late. Didn't get there in time. As a result, didn't get to the ball in the first place, but not looking good. Well, straight off of the PSG momentum spike for when the Arsenal goal scored. Arsenal have responded with a moment like that. We're seeing some famous faces in the crowd now. Arsène Wenger. Is that Travis Scott? Yeah, Travis Scott is here in the Budapest Puskás Aréna. And he's hoping this match is lit. For Arsenal right now, they have lit the fuse. The question is, can PSG stop the blowing? We await the resumption of this. Safanov is back up and will continue, and he will continue with a goal kick. Yeah, they were considering a rule this summer. In terms of the Premier League, we've seen it multiple times, where if the goalkeeper gets injured, an outfield player has to go off the field. And of course, we've not got that official rule in yet, so we play on. Ball now with PSG in their own box. Bit of pressure being put on here by Arsenal. Arsenal regain possession. Instead, they try to form an attack, but they can't. Ball possession 73% PSG, 27% Arsenal. They play the ball back now. Ball now with Kvashkalo, who's gone back once again. Now playing it to Mendes. Mendes with a run. Mendes now plays it out to the wing. 29 minutes gone. Arsenal with a 1-goal advantage. Can they get a ball into the box? They do, but it is blocked. Play it out to the edge of the box once again. PSG in possession still with Dembele. Dembele on the wing. Dembele now plays it towards the central part. Can they find a ball into the box? Yes, they can. Potential header is headed away by Arsenal. Now with at PSG, they're going backwards here. Doué had the ball momentarily. There's a player down in the box. Looks like it could be Dembele. Maybe Mendes. I think it's Mendes. Still not up. They could play a ball in here. Yeah, Mendes still on the floor. Gotta watch out for your player. PSG are inside the box. Player taken down. Arsenal trying to get the ball out, which they do. And there's still Mendes down. He's not up. He's clutching his ankle. He's calling for medical help. Referees have not stopped the game, and now PSG kick it out. Yeah, Mendes now going up on his feet. Well, Raya was at his feet there, kind of saying, "Get up, what are you doing?" He's shrugging, he doesn't know what's happened there. Yeah, Mendes was already down when the potential challenge on Arsenal in the box occurred. So he was down for a long time, but as soon as the ball went up, he's back up. If you're not really injured, you've got to be up helping your team. Maybe he must have been there for a bit because he was hurt, but you've got to try and help your team. When the ball comes into the box, you've got players, your own players, trying to avoid you. Back underway, and now this is a through ball which Raya has to defend, and is kicked out for a throw-in. Raya has to go back into his box to defend the goal. Throw-in's not taken quickly enough. Kvashkalo with the ball, plays it more centrally. Now with Vitinha. Vitinha, what can he do here? Yeah, he's seen a lot of the ball. 35 touches, the most touches in this match of any player. Ball back with him now. Now he's played it out to Mendes. Mendes to Ruiz. And back to Mendes. 32 minutes gone, 13 to go in this first half, which Arsenal have taken the lead in the 6th. but PSG have looked strong since then and looking to get an equaliser. Trying to play a ball into the box, doesn't work out. Headed out now. Ball with Marquinhos. Marquinhos now finds Vitinha once again. Ball played to Kvaratskhelia, who's on that wing. He's done very well in League 1 for them this season and the knockout stage of this UCL campaign as well. Big signing for PSG that came earlier this year. Vitinha with the ball. Vitinha playing a ball onto the wing. Dembele. Now can PSG get a ball in? They attempt to. A feint. Now it's played in. And instead of going to the back post, it goes into David Raya's hands. They're trying to find maybe Dembele. Back post. But they gain the ball. They've regained possession just like that. Yeah, the kick away by Raya met with PSG. And now they are in the box. Threatening again. And they get the deflection off of Mosquera. It's going to be another corner for PSG. They've not looked as threatening as they want to be. They've taken all the corners quite quickly. They've taken this one again quite quickly. Ball with Mendes. Plays a ball in. And it's gone back out. Ball with Saka now. And it's going to be 2 balls on the pitch as Mendes attempts to take the throw-in. Yeah, Mendes picked up the ball quickly. Wanted to throw it in quickly. He tries to kick it away and Mikel Arteta touches the ball and blocks it so it goes back in play. So they have to clear the ball. Ball played into the box. Arsenal have to clear it. They've cleared it well. It's going to be a PSG throw-in at the side of the box. And with it, PSG retreat backwards a bit. They still have possession. Now, PSG, edge of the centre circle. Ruiz. And Ruiz with a poor pass. Met now with Arsenal. We said in the build-up, this was the best attacking play in the Champions League against the best defensive team in the Champions League. Arsenal have only been behind in this competition for just over 40 minutes. So that was against Bayer Leverkusen. But other than that, that's been it. They've been dominant in this competition. First in the league stage compared to PSG 11th. Free kick for Arsenal. And this one in a bit more of a better position. This has the ability to go into the box for Arsenal. Rice stood over it. Yeah, if you take your 2-goal advantage now, makes PSG panic even more. They're one goal up. It slightly looks like they're relaxing too much, PSG. You can't be relaxing. As the clock ticks down. Ball played into the box and is headed over. Will be a goal kick. Also some shoving going on into the box by Arsenal, which the referee doesn't like. Yeah, goes up for it here. There's, by the looks of it, both Arsenal players 2 at a time. Luckily there's not a clash of heads, but disappointing header. They've done well from set pieces, have Arsenal, but not there. Now here come PSG on a counter-attack, going centrally. Ball with Vitinha. Vitinha plays it to Dembele. Dembele even decides to have a shot. It's blocked by Arsenal. Now played to the outside where potentially Neves can get on it, but he can't. Arsenal regain possession. Neves trying to get the ball back for PSG. Instead, PSG do get the ball back. Instead, it's with Doué. Doué now running up. Doué with a good run here, but cleared by Arsenal. Now ball at their feet. What can they do with it? They play it back here to the back line. Now played to down the line. Mosquera. Mosquera plays it back. And now a run here by Saliba. Saliba plays it centrally. to Havertz. Havertz goes down. Played to Trossard on the wing. Slow build up for Arsenal, but it looks promising. Still looks promising. Ball with Lewis Skelly. Lewis Skelly out now to the wing. And back to go Arsenal. Arsenal have covered the most distance with 42.5 kilometres compared to PSG's 40.16. PSG though completed 222 passes compared to Arsenal's 45. That is a big difference and tells a big story in this final. Possession still 75% towards PSG. Ball now with PSG. Played to Kvaratskhelia. Plays it back here. Ball with Mendes. If you haven't subscribed already, make sure to, as we bring you coverage on the World Cup, which starts in under 2 weeks from 3 host cities, the USA, Canada and Mexico. If you subscribe, you can follow all of our coverage here on FT Sport. Ball back here in the Champions League Final with PSG. Back to Captain Marquinhos. Arsenal have the 1-goal advantage coming off of Marquinhos' mistake, which led to a ball played to Havertz. PSG now with a cross into the box. Kvaratskhelia with the ball at his feet. He is inside the box. Plays it now out to Mendes. Mendes plays a ball in. It's headed away by Arsenal. Yeah, looked threatening there, but not threatening enough. Oh, there's a bit of a coming together. Hakimi and Hincapié. And Hincapié's even going to drag him up by his shirt. But, oh, a bit of a elbow to the throat. I'm not sure VAR would love to look at that, but referee having a word. And looks like we're going to resume. Yeah, you can't be risking anything like that. Going a man down. Especially in this stage where your side, they have the momentum. Yes, they don't have the goal, but you can sense one's coming. They love to get it done before half time, but with 5 minutes to go, that's looking increasingly unlikely. Ball still with Arsenal. Goal line currently goes the way of Arsenal still, but ball is with PSG. It's like a chess match, this. PSG have just been attacking, and ever since Arsenal have got that, let's say, a pawn right at the start, PSG have been defending, have been attacking, and Arsenal have just been defending ever so since. Ball with Mendes. Mendes, a ball played in here, gets a few deflections. Now PSG with a big chance. Dembele's there, but cleared now. Ball cleared by Rice with a header. Now at Vitinha's feet for PSG. 4 minutes of normal time to go. We will get added time in this first half because of course we had that hydration break. And we'll be seeing a lot of those in the summer. Ball could go into the box here, but instead is cleared. Going to go out for a PSG throw-in, in which they aim to take that quickly. They do take it quickly. This is at the halfway line, so maybe trying to catch Arsenal off guard with a long ball. Ball between his feet, but instead they play it towards the wing. Yeah, they're rushing here. They want a goal, I believe, before half-time. You get a goal before half-time, does something psychologically to both sides, but going a goal down, that's something you don't want. Ball with Mendes. Mendes to Ruiz. Ruiz to the other side of the field to Marquinhos. Could be a ball played in here. PSG with possession on the edge of the box in the final third. Kvaratskhelia more central positioned to Ruiz. He's taken his spot. Mendes playing higher. Mendes barging his way into the box. Ball played in. Potential header is headed over. Big chance for PSG. And a goal kick resumes play. Wow. Yeah, Mendes. It's a lovely ball inside. The header though, I think it gets a touch from an Arsenal player or potentially a PSG. We'll find out through the slow-mo. Yeah, it does. It's a mistake there made by Hincapié. He's got to be aware. There's other PSG players in that box. He plays it right on a silver platter to them. But they can't deal with the quick header as it goes over. Unfortunate there. With 2 minutes to go, PSG still 1-0 down. Ball now crossing the halfway line. In this, the 2026 Champions League Final in Budapest, the Puskás Aréna, a great host for this momentous occasion between PSG and Arsenal, where Arsenal have taken the first big blow in this one with the 1-0 goal by Havertz in the opening 6 minutes. Maybe a chance for Saka to press is stopped quickly. Dembele with the ball. Ball now with Doué. Doué plays it a long way out to Kvachkala, who's on the edge of the box. They are really pushing for a goal here, PSG. And this is where Arsenal, who are best defence in this league, this is what they got to be. It's a shot from outside the box and it's way over by Dembele. Yeah, disappointing effort. I think there was better options there. Thierry Henry, he's working for American TV, CBS this weekend. And he's just been spotted on the world feed, so they might be taking that well in America. Well, does he support his French roots and support PSG, or does he support Arsenal, a club which he is well associated with? I don't even know myself. Arsenal with a 1-0 advantage. We're going to get confirmation of additional time in a matter of seconds, and we'll find that out around about now. It's going to be 6 minutes of additional time, and I can see why. Yeah, a few injuries in the first half. So, yeah, we can see why. Arsenal now play the ball back around the halfway line. And Raya for a long ball, met by a header by Safanov. You don't really see that. It came a decent distance out of his box as well. Got to be careful. Treated just like that, all the way back to his box. Ball now to Kvachkala, edge of the box. Now to Vitinha, who's going to play it to Dembele again, who had that shot off target. Quite off target moments ago. Now they've got 5 minutes to work with before half time. Ball in the box here. Looked dangerous. Cleared by Arsenal. Ball still with PSG. They have it. Round the halfway line. Now to Kvachkala, who's seen a lot of touches. 26 of them to be exact. But still Vitinha has the most for 61 of all players in this match. Ball now played out wide. Marquinhos to Vitinha. A shot from a long way out from Doué. And it's another one that they've missed. Yeah, disappointing efforts here coming from PSG. Gotta be more aware of it. They're just taking too many shots, which is really hard to get a goal from. You need to be taking those big chances. They were in such a good position there. I think they needed to develop that. They have 4 minutes on the clock though. 4 minutes to score before half time for PSG. 4 minutes to hang on before the half time talk by Mikel Arteta for Arsenal. Could they score here though? Ball with Havertz. Now to Mascara. Ball into the box here. It's got a deflection. And it's ended up in Safonov's hands. Havertz with a big opportunity once again in front of goal. And Safonov gets to it well. Yeah, and he had to. There was a lot of deflections there. Arsenal really quick counter-attack there. Just like they did with the first goal. I'm surprised that's not in the back of the net. PSG was scrambling. Everyone was. Ball with Kvaratskhelia. Plays it back to Mendes. 3 minutes to go. What do you do here? I think you go for a more developed attack. Not just a quick one. If it gets to a certain point where you can shoot, if it's coming to the end of the 6 minutes, you've got to take it. Ball's going to go out. It's going to be a corner for PSG. They've had a lot of them, but they've not scored from one yet. They were going to play it in, but in fact the referee's going to have a word with Raya and just make sure everything is how the referee wants it. I'll take 4 minutes of additional time. Gone. Ball played past really everyone in the box. Instead it is with Mendes after an Arsenal header. This is with Mendes outside of the box. Played now to Ruiz. Ruiz with a shot. It's in Raya's hands. He drops it there momentarily. Instead he holds on to it after he reclaims it. Yeah, I think clearly Raya was not expecting that. I don't think we were as well. I thought he was going to cross it in, but in the end ended up going for a shot. We spoke about this in the build-up. PSG have been a team where in past years they've been selfish, a lot of players, and they've got a lot of ego. You've got to hope in this final for them that they don't do that. Goes up to get the ball there, Kvaratskhelia, but he misses. Going to be an Arsenal throw-in. We can just see this attack from Kai Havertz again. It's a lovely way to get into the box, but Marquinhos, who did an error that led to the first goal, just potentially stopped a second from the same man who scored the first. Kai Havertz has done well in this, with a goal to his name and nearly another. And around about just under a minute of additional time to go in this first half. It's going to be a throw for Arsenal, which could be thrown into the box here. Declan Rice can throw it in here, which he's going to. Rice throws it in centrally. It's gone to the near post. Still in the air for Arsenal. It's another header, which led to another header, and in the end it's going to lead to a Arsenal corner. Or is the referee seeing a foul in the box here? I'm not sure here. Havertz gets the ball to his head. Goes down. Well, I think Arsenal were calling for a penalty. It definitely wasn't a penalty. In the end, they've got a corner. And in fact, I don't think they're going to take the corner. No, they're not. The corner's not going to be taken because the referee has decided now is the right time to blow the half-time whistle. Wow. Well, really, I think it should have been a corner. But it's up to the referee's discretion. And in fact, it doesn't count as a corner. If you want corners, it doesn't count as one because they didn't take it. Well, we'll come back for first half analysis. But after the first half, it's a Goal from Kai Havertz after a mistake from Marquinhos, which led to a clear open opportunity, which has put Arsenal 1 goal ahead. PSG though fighting back with malicious intent. We will see you after the break for half-time analysis here from the Budapest Puskás Arena. Well, welcome back here to the Puskás Aréna here in Budapest, where Arsenal have a 1-0 advantage over French side and French champions PSG. The question is, though, can they hold on for another 45 minutes? They certainly did since the first goal, and we will look at that now. Starts off back, really, where Havertz then gets himself involved on the wing and comes off of a mistake from Marquinhos, gets a deflection off of Trossard, and Havertz plays it in and goes to the top of the netting. Clearly the keeper not expecting it. Just look at Havertz and Pacho here. The PSG, Pacho marks him well and then just comes off of him. And next thing he knows, Havertz is past him. And yeah, you can't leave him be for just a moment here. Pacho, just let him be there too long, and looks off of him. He looks like he's going to double team on Trossard, but after Marquinhos gets the deflection off of Trossard, and Trossard gets the ball forward, maybe by accident, I'm not sure, but we'll find out. Looking at Arsenal's defensive shape, it's a back four for Arsenal. The mid four is really a triangle, and then it's two up front. Mosquera goes to mark Ruiz most of the time at the back of the, really follows him around and then gets the ball off of him, which nearly leads to a chance, and the ball played to Trossard just doesn't reach him. So keep an eye on that defensive shape for Arsenal throughout the second half of this match. It's going to be an interesting one to watch out for, but really currently going the way, in the scoreline it's going the way of Arsenal, but momentum, you've got to argue, potentially PSG. Second half though, live commentary is up next from the Puskás Aréna. Arsenal have a 1-goal advantage. We'll see you for the second half after this short break. Welcome back to the Puskás Aréna, where the second half is moments away. Arsenal have a 1-goal advantage on the score sheet. The question is, though, after the end of the second half, who will be potentially added, or will it stay the same? And if we do have a draw after 90 minutes, we go into extra time, and if we have a draw after extra time, we go to penalties. Players now coming down the tunnel. The PSG players already out on the pitch. Arsenal come out here. And Arsenal defensively, great half for them. No goals conceded. PSG willing to break that in this second 45. You're watching the UEFA Champions League Final here on FT Sport, as now the players come onto the field for their last warm-ups. What will happen here is unknown. The question is, though, who will be the victors? Who will lift the trophy? Mikel Arteta coming out now. Question is, what will he implement? There's prayers to the sky for Arsenal fans, but they have been in full voice for the whole of this match. This is, though, when it matters the most. The UEFA Champions League Final, second half. You're 1-0 down, PSG, and you're 1-0 up, Arsenal. What happens here? We're back underway. Second half has kicked off, and PSG have the ball in their own half. Arsenal have the 1-0 advantage on the scoreboard. PSG with an early chance down the wing here. Still a few fans not back in their seats, so you better come back quickly, because there's a ball into the box here and tries to get it to potentially Dembele, but it's cleared. Ball still in dangerous territory for Arsenal, like it really was for the whole of the first half. And it goes out for a throw. Yeah, it's been a brilliant half for Arsenal last half, because they got the advantage. And they held on for it as well. But if you're an Arsenal fan, you'll know much about the 2006 heartbreak. So you gotta hope. Gotta hope that doesn't happen. A yellow card for the Arsenal player of Mosquera here for taking too long to take a throw-in. Luckily, because it is the final, he won't be suspended, or it won't be on his record for future games. Of course, the last game of this Champions League season. We've been through a lot. The league stage, the round of 16, the quarterfinals, semi-finals. And now we reach the final stage of the final. PSG trying to fight to get the ball back here off Saliba. Saliba and PSG player goes down. Going to end up being a free kick. Player that went down there was Doué. It's going to be Declan Rice who takes this free kick for Arsenal. Takes it quickly, unexpected. There was players lining up on the edge of the box. Trossard now with it. Trossard to Rice. Rice with a ball into the box. It's cleared by PSG. Rice now back here. Now to Trossard. Trossard with a bit of pressure being put on. Now to Lewis Skelly. Lewis Skelly towards the wing. And headed away. It will be another Arsenal throw-in. Just 2 minutes gone here. Maybe a chance for Arsenal. They'd love to extend their advantage. They looked good in the opening minutes of the first half. They're looking good in the opening minutes of this second half. The question is, though, will they look good throughout this second half? Or will this just be a short phase, like it was in the first half? Well, they've lost the ball here. And now PSG could attack. It's going to go out for a throw-in, which PSG will take. They throw it back into their own half. Best player on the field right now, Kai Havertz, with the goal. 18 touches in the box as well, really, a lot of them. And he has taken the joint most shots in the match, with 3. One of them, of course, being the goal in the opening 6 minutes. Scoreline still remains the same when that goal went in, 1-0 to the away side. Or the designated away side. We are playing at a neutral venue. Ball now through into the box here. PSG could play something here. Instead they lose the ball. Arsenal clear it well. Player goes down. Advantage played. PSG though regain possession. And referee allowing play to continue. Ball now with on the wing with Doué. Doué plays it into the box, but he's missed everyone. Goes out for a goal kick. Yeah, and Luis Enrique's not happy with that. Time's running out. I know we've still got 40 minutes, and 40 minutes is a long time, but you don't want to risk that. Well, some big chances in this match. We saw Kai Havertz scoring a goal. Fabian Ruiz near the end of the match having a shot on target. And Christian Mosquera receiving a yellow card in the last few minutes. A lot of big moments. And this is the theatre a Champions League final provides. Raya now. He's got to watch as ball is on the other end of the field. He's got to hope he can defend or save what next PSG attack awaits him. 50 minutes gone. 40 to go in the 90, but there is another half an hour plus penalties we can add on if needed for a winner. Ball played to Dembele. Dembele on the wing, trying to find a way through. He can't. Now cleared. Ball was with Safanov. To Marquinhos now. Passes completed for PSG, 345 compared to Arsenal's 84, and 90% accuracy. And the player down here And a big appeal from the fans. And nothing's going to be received for it. As PSG gets us back underway with their free kick. Yeah, people arguing that should have been a card at least, but referee in this one's been interesting. Referee is Daniel Seibert, German referee. Most notably, referees have missed the handball by Arsenal in the box, and they've also missed the corner at the end of the game. They didn't allow Arsenal to play the corner and ended the first half there. Yeah, I think there was a lot of time. There wasn't a lot of time, obviously we passed the 6 minutes gone, but they could have easily just played the corner. I think it was earned as well. Was the referee suggesting that because I believe it was Hincapié who went down at that time, because he went down of a very soft cause to just rule out the corner? Could have been a possibility. Marquinhos back to Safanov. Some pressure being put on by Havertz, the sole man on the goal sheets, but not good enough. PSG starting something down the wing. Here come PSG. Instead it is met by Arsenal, who pass it back to the keeper of their own, Raya. Raya now to the halfway line. It's an aerial duel between Marquinhos. Marquinhos ends up with the ball in his hands. Believes there was a foul. Referee says the same. Well, I'm unsure who's gonna take the win in this one now. Of course, Arsenal have the advantage on the goal sheet, but PSG, you've got to say, they've looked the better side ever since the goal. They've had all the momentum, they've had most of the possession, but when you're the best attacking team going up against the best defensive side, who knows how is it going to play out? And you can tell the PSG are against the best defensive side right now. Ball played into the box, maybe a chance here. Now played towards the edge of the box, and PSG did look a little bit threatening there, but not enough. And now Arsenal maybe on a counter, but player down here, and a foul is called, and a yellow card. This is to Bukayo Saka for the foul on Doe, number 14 for PSG. And that is the second yellow card given out in this match, and the second yellow card given to the Arsenal side. Yeah, they've got intent. Doe able to convince the referee to stop the play there. So Saka will get the yellow card, and in return PSG will get a free kick. And this free kick outside of the box, but not that far out, and can really threaten Raya here. We've seen teams do this before though in many leagues. They all get themselves ready behind the ball. They say we're going to shoot, and then it comes up to absolutely nothing, and the ball ends up going into the crowd. PSG will not want to do this here at the Puskás Aréna, which has been decorated very well in the Arsenal and PSG colours in both ends of the sides, so well done to the Budapest organisers. And I've been told 40 cameras are in use for the broadcast feed as a ball is played in here, and Raya gets down there. It's a low driven shot from Hakimi from the free kick, and it wasn't bad at all. And they're trying to press now on Arsenal, but Arsenal able to clear it to Kai Havertz. Yeah, it wasn't a bad effort there. But we said in the build-up, Raya is able to easily save the low-driven shots. Ball now on the edge of the wing with PSG. Where can they go with this one? They've gone backwards. It's Marquinhos. Now played to Hakimi. Hakimi finds Neves. who's not seen as much of the ball as the other players in this one. 1-0 the scoreline. PSG with possession. You're watching and you're listening to the UEFA Champions League Final here on FD Sport with Arsenal, where Arsenal have a 1-goal advantage over current holders PSG, who look to go back to back. It's going to be the first time in a while a team would do that if it does. Havertz, the only scorer in this one, with a goal in the opening 6 minutes for the Premier League champions. Ball played in here for PSG, but couldn't get to it, Kvaratskhlia. Now on the edge of the box, tries to play it in here, does Ruiz, but stopped by Arsenal. And now maybe a ball to Havertz. Havertz a long way up. And Pacho tries to get it off of him. Pacho goes down. And a free kick given. Yeah, I think it's a bit light, this foul. But in actually seeing it again, looks like he's a bit more aggressive here, Havertz, on Pacho, so yeah, I see the reason why it's a foul. PSG resume play with a free kick in their own half. 57 minutes on the clock, and time is slowly running out. The international eyes of the world are watching to see the next twist in the final. Ball now on the wing. And the ball is now with Ruiz. Ruiz finds Doe. And going back a long way here, PSG, to their back line. Yeah, they've done that a lot. They've not been afraid to move the ball around a lot. If you look at the passes they've had compared to Arsenal in the opening parts of the match, it's a lot. There's a big difference. Shows how much possession they've had as well. Possession for PSG still in the 70% mark. 77%. Yeah, and that's a lot. You'd never really see possession for them in the 70% mark, but what's going to happen here? That we don't know. Ball goes out for a throw-in, which PSG will take as they've earned it. Now they throw it back. Finds Safanov, who's conceded the 1 goal by Kai Havertz. We've played 59 minutes. We've got 31 to go in the 90. But if it's a draw, we can continue until 120 minutes. And if we still draw, we go to penalties. PSG with it. Have it in their own half. And no, that's a bad challenge there. Although referee suggests he gets the ball, and they do get the ball the second time, and no they don't. Saka with the foul. Yeah, he's pleading to the ref. He's like, how is that foul? Mikel Arteta not happy. Well, his side is holding on, but holding on is probably the right thing to say. It's going the way of PSG, just not on the score sheet. Yeah, it really could have gone anyone else's way. But PSG, they're looking good. Ball now into the box here, and they tried to play it into potentially Dembele or Kvaratskhlia, but it's cleared. Now they come again to PSG, and again they try to play it in, and this time it's going to be a corner after the block and a deflection from Mascara. Yeah, and I think maybe if he didn't, but he could have gone out for a goal kick. They'll take a corner happily. Arsenal with a 1-goal advantage. Could that come to an end? The corner is played. It's gone out now to quite a far way out, but PSG re-enter now the final attacking third. Attempt to play it into the box. Dembele tries to play a through ball. They're called for a penalty. And penalty is it given? I'm not sure. Referee points to the spot. Now he's waving it off. And I think he's having a word with the VAR. And it's not going to be a penalty, I've been told. Well, big moment. And both managers immediately coming back to look at the iPads, the tablets, whatever you want to say. And I believe VAR are reviewing this. Well, one, is it in the box? Yes, it is. It's definitely in the box. And is it a foul? This is Mascara. And this is Kvaratskhlia. Is it a foul? Does Mascara wrap his leg around the back leg of Kvaratskhlia? Will this be a penalty for PSG? Well, big appeals. VAR are checking the penalty. Well, the referee was hesitant to give the penalty and then take it away. He was pointing at the spot. Then he waved his hand saying, no, I'm not sure what that means. When you're watching a feed on mute, it's hard to understand. VAR check is over. Trying to find out the outcome of that. And by the looks of it, it's going to be a penalty. And it does. It is given a penalty. PSG have a penalty. Yeah, you have to agree with it. It's a good penalty to give that. Clearly, I think there's some bad intent from Mascara. He's already on a yellow. He has to be careful. I'm surprised he doesn't get a yellow for it. Because if he would have been sent off. But PSG, they have a chance to level it up now. Well, Raya, look at his stats. 37 matches in the Premier League this season, 19 clean sheets. This is going to be a penalty, though, that he would love to save. Arsenal currently holding a clean sheet. And it looks like the man stepping up here is going to be Dembele. And it is. Dembele with the ball. He shoots, he scores. PSG 1-1. A ball tucked into the bottom left corner. And just like that, PSG are level with Arsenal. Luis Enrique knows, though, it's not over yet. Yeah, Raya, he's a good keeper when it comes to low-driven shots, but ultimately, it's a penalty. He's picked the wrong side. There goes your clean sheet. Well, Raya went the other way. He was trying to stop a ball going towards the bottom right corner, but the ball went towards the bottom left corner, so Dembele's done the exact opposite of what Raya wanted. But he's done the exact right thing the PSG fans wanted, and that is, in fact, get them back level. Yeah, the stats have been saying this has been coming for a long time. And finally they have what they really, you've got to say, deserve. We're going to get some substitutes for Arsenal. Maybe a double substitution. No, it's just going to be the one. And Mascara, they've had enough of him, of Arsenal. Mascara's coming off and he's going to be replaced by number 12, Timber. Yeah, Mascara, yellow card, giving up a penalty. Two things you don't want. Yeah, disappointing. And also, looks like Odegaard's coming off as well. Odegaard coming off for Victor Gyökeres, who's done well in the Premier League. And the flares are on in the PSG end, which is creating a white smoke on the pitch. PSG, though, have got themselves back level. We're in the 67th minute, but it's been Arsenal's way 6-6, so 61 minutes later, this match is back level again. Arsenal, though, trying to change that. Ball comes in the box, but it's cleared away. And as it stands, if it was to stay the same, after 90 minutes, we'd be going to extra time. Of course, it's a final. We cannot have a draw. There's no second leg either. And if it's still a draw after 90 minutes, we go to penalties. Stats look like this: 77% of possession going towards PSG. They've had 1.09 expected goals, 8 shots, 3 of them on target, 23 touches in the opposition box, 1 big chance, 427 accurate passes, 6 fouls committed, 0 offsides, and 5 corners. Arsenal have had 0 corners. They did have 1 given to them at the end of the first half, but the referee decided after 6 minutes of additional time that enough was enough, and he ended it before Arsenal could take it, which is quite unusual. You don't see that often. Ball with Dembele. Dembele was pressured, but able to pass it back. PSG with possession now in their own half. 67 minutes gone. Now becomes 68 here at the Puskás Aréna in Budapest. Now at the halfway line. And played now. It's a long ball over the top here. And tries to get into the ball. Gets the ball into the box here. Does the PSG player of Hakimi, who's playing a bit more higher up. And instead the ball goes outbound to a lot of police. A lot of police have just come out at the PSG end. And PSG have a corner. Dembele plays it short. Still in the box though. Ball with Doué. Doué goes backwards. Rice is trying to defend him. A lot of armed police at the side of the pitch. Dembele tries to play a ball to the back post, but Dembele's ball is too powerful. It goes out of play. And the clock ticks more towards the 90. 69 minutes gone. Dembele with the goal though that put PSG ahead from the corner as we move into the hydration break for this second half. Dembele, 8 goals in 13 matches for him. Yeah, done well there. Dembele. Well, other than Dembele's penalty goal, he has taken the joint most shots in this match with 3. Jack Whitehall in attendance. And he's talking, this is on the CBS, I think it's the Beckham and Friends show, where David Beckham does an alternate watch-along with celebrities. He's there with Kate Scott, the host of the CBS coverage in America. Jack Whitehall as well is there watching the match with them. If you're in America, you have access to that. That looks like a good watch. 71 minutes about to tick on the clock. And the scoreline's 1-1. As it stands, we will go to additional time. A lot of people saying, this is not me, but a few expert suggestions saying that this game could go into additional time, and if it would go the way of PSG. Will it go to additional time? Will it go to penalties? Or will it finish here in the 90? Arsenal with the ball. Trossard tried to find a ball to potentially attackers like Havertz and now Victor Gyökeres. But instead, deflected. Throw in here. 71 minutes played. Throw taken by Arsenal. We throw it back into their own half. Now on the back line. Back line passes it to David Raya. David Raya has made 2 saves. Conceded a goal though. That goal was from a penalty. And now a mistake from Arsenal which has led to a chance inside the box. Dembele with a shot, but it's gone out. Yeah, Raya here plays it out. It's a costly mistake. And Marquinhos is there to pressure. Finds the ball to Dembele. Dembele, I think he can have a better shot there. But in the end, there's another close opportunity. Didn't get a touch from the Arsenal defender. So going to be a goal kick. PSG, though, regain possession from it. Total attempts for PSG 9 compared to Arsenal's 3. And 3 of those 9 for PSG is on target. Arsenal's 3 attempts, only 1 of them have been on target. And that one was the goal. Shot from outside of the box. Wasn't a bad chance from Vitinha. He's seen a lot of the ball. He's created the most chances with 3 and has had 105 touches. That's the most in this match. Yeah, Vitinha goes up very nicely. It just goes up too much though. Just goes over the crossbar. Doesn't get a touch from Raya. As a result, it's going to be a goal kick. Ball play to Nkape. Nkape boots it away now to the halfway line to where maybe a chance for Kai Havertz. Havertz now wrestling the PSG player, and now Safanov has to come out. Saka could have potentially prevailed, but the end, it's Safanov who gets the ball first. Huge turning point in this match, that PSG penalty. Now here come PSG. It's played out to Doe. Doe to Vitinha. Take through the key moments in this match in just a second. First though, chance for PSG. They'd love to create a key moments. Vitinha. And Vitinha passes back. And into their own half of PSG it goes, so we'll take you through the key moments. Kai Havertz scoring in the 6th minute. Fabian Ruiz a shot on target just before the end of the first half. Tristan Mosquera receiving a yellow card just after half time. And then Bukayo Saka followed around about 9 minutes later. Achraf Hakimi with a shot on target in the 55th minute. A penalty awarded for PSG in the 62nd minute. And Ousmane Dembele scored that in the 65th minute for PSG, which has led us to a 1-1 scoreline in the 75th minute now. Arsenal with possession around the halfway line, and foul committed. Havertz goes down, and Havertz takes the opportunity with a break and play to move up, which means Rice will take the ball up to the halfway line, which is a bit more where the foul occurred. And I believe, will it be Raya who's going to come out to take this free kick? Well, it must be, all the players are lining up. Raya will take this free kick on the halfway line. Plays it short. Still a few Arsenal players. The Gunners are awaiting the ball, but they don't get it. Ball play back to Raya instead. Yeah, Rai's got to be careful. He's playing very outside of his box. PSG get the ball here. They could do something. PSG had the ball momentarily, but goes out. Trossard now has an assist. A deflection off of himself in this one. Arsenal now play a ball into the box, cleared by PSG. Trossard. Now to Hincapié. Played into the box. Missed everyone. To the other side of the field. Saka now trying to press into the box, but deflection from PSG. And now, chance for Arsenal. Again, tries to play through, but PSG stop him. Arsenal, though, favourable position here. And they can't get anything from it. And now here come PSG on a counter-attack. And this is looking very interesting. Past the halfway line now, into the box. And can they do anything? Deflection, and almost in. Lucas Enrique has his head in his hands. The players know that was a big opportunity. But it might not be the last. We've still got 13 minutes. Kvaratskhelia. Big opportunity for him. Yes, such a big moment there. Unfortunate. In the end, though, not good enough. Ball with Mendes. Mendes plays the ball in. Instead, Arsenal player down in the box. No foul's going to be given for it. Instead, a goal kick for Arsenal. Referee in this one is German, and his name is Daniel Seibert. Top-rated players in this game. We'll go over them in a second. But first, instead of the Arsenal goal kick, it's been given as a PSG corner, which has missed everyone and it's gone out. Now for an Arsenal goal kick. Top-rated players for both sides: Dembele, Kvaratskhelia and Hakimi. For Arsenal, Havertz, Saliba and Rice. And some insights for you. This was before the game. PSG are attempting to become only the second team to defend the Champions League title. They've scored 44 Champions League goals this season, one short of the all-time single campaign record. Saka now with it. Saka tries to play a ball in the box, but cleared. PSG lost to local rivals Paris FC in their most recent League One match. PSG beat Chelsea 8-2, Liverpool 4-0, and Bayern 6-5 on aggregate en route to Budapest. Arsenal, the only unbeaten team in the 25-26 Champions League season across 14 matches. Arsenal conceded just 2 goals in 6 knockout stage matches, none from open play. They've trailed for only 43 minutes across the entire Champions League campaign this season, and they played 225 European Cup and Champions League matches without winning the trophy. Now substitutions for Arsenal. So we come into the final 10 minutes potentially. They're not going to come on yet. Ball's still in play and maybe a chance. Havertz going down, and the attempt to get a shot off is not good enough. Ball played out wide. Hakimi with it. Now to the halfway line. Dembele. Dembele plays it into Vitinha. Back to Dembele. Last 15 minutes, most possession goes to PSG with 58%. 4 attempts for PSG compared to Arsenal's 1. Now with 10 to go in the 90. Who's going to make the most? It looks like it's going to be a double substitution. Madueke I can see on the touchline, getting ready to come on. And I believe Martin Zubimendi is alongside him. Madueke doing touch jumps. So we'll see those substitutions. We'll see who's coming off in moments when the ball goes out. Playing next. PSG with the ball at the halfway line. Luis Enrique watching. The question is, Will he bring any more subs on? In fact, he's not brought on any. There's been 2 in this match, and both of them have been for Arsenal. Arsenal now stopping the PSG attack. Regain the possession, but PSG stopped them. Now come PSG down the wing. Can they play a ball to potentially the central area of the box? They can't. It gets a deflection from one of their own players. It's going to go out for a goal kick. And here comes the substitutions. Martinelli, in fact, not Zubimendi, sorry. Well, the PSG fans are celebrating like they've scored. It's not a goal kick, by the way, it's another corner. There's a player down in the box here. It's Lewis Skelly, who held his shoulder. Still on the ground. So we wait for him to get up. Yeah. Marquinhos gives him a little shove, but he's back up now. Captain for PSG. Committed an error that led to a goal for Arsenal. And ball played in from the corner, it's headed over by PSG, and now here comes the substitutes for Arsenal. Martinelli will be replacing Trossard, the assist of the first goal, and the second one will replace Saka, and coming on is Madueke. So players out are Saka and Trossard, and players coming in going to be Martinelli and Madueke. Number 20 and number 11 respectively for the Gunners. 82 minutes gone here in the final. Going to be 83 shortly. As it stands, we're going to extra time, which would mean we have another half an hour to decide a victor, and if we don't, we're going to penalties. So maybe strap yourselves in. It could be a long night. Ball played to Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz had the ball in the box there, but was dispossessed by PSG. Arsenal regain it. Final being played earlier for international audiences. Tell you one group that are very happy about that, the Asian football. We'll talk about that in a second. Through ball played to potentially get a goal here. Victor Gyökeres, but dispossessed. Yes, the Asian fans are quite happy this final's been moved forward, because usually it's going to be at the later time of maybe 8 PM, 7 PM. But because it's a 5 PM kickoff here in the UK and a 6 PM kickoff in Budapest, one, we play in the sunlight, and two, the Asian audience have a lovely time at 9:30 PM. Prime time viewing. Usually they'd be up until midnight. There may still be if this goes any further than 90. Ball maybe though. Chance for Arsenal. The ball's going wandering outside the net. And now they clear it. PSG. And maybe a counter-attack here. Down the wing. This is looking good. Raya comes out and Raya gets the ball. It's back and forth now. Will Arsenal or Paris Saint-Germain find a winning goal inside the 90 minutes, or will we go to extra time? This is the closing stages of the Champions League Final here on FT Sport. Scoreline 1-1, PSG 1, Arsenal 1. This couldn't be closer. Luis Enrique trying to talk to his players on the touchline. Back with Safonov. 5 minutes to go. Fans know it. And if it passes any more, we're going to extra time. Well, we never know what's going to happen. This is the Champions League. Doe. So he played it short to Hakimi. So, names on the score sheet. Havertz with a goal in the 6th minute for Arsenal, and Dembele scoring a penalty. in the 65th minute for Paris Saint-Germain. PSG now out the back. Ball played to Hakimi. Hakimi could get a ball in here. Instead, the attempt to is defended by Arsenal, and it's going to be a PSG corner. 4 to go in normal time. Yeah, interesting stuff. Bradley Barcola a moment to go, coming off for PSG player Kvaratskhelia. Dembele now, ball into the box. It's missed everyone except for Madueke. Shot him outside the box. Got a bounce off the floor, so doesn't pose the threat to the keeper. Mistake made by potentially Mendes. Arsenal could have maybe done something a bit more with that. The attempt from Martinelli is not good enough. Yeah, Martinelli tried to play it through to potentially Kai Havertz to get his second, but the pass there was not good enough. But the mistake from Mendes, nearly. You don't want to do a Marquinhos and make an error that leads to a goal. 3 to go. 87 minutes on the clock. PSG in possession. Any goal now, you have to think, could be the winner. Ball now with Doué. We know we must need 1 goal to win this thing in the 90 minutes. Ball with Ruiz. Ruiz with a ball inside the box. It gets a header. It's going to be a goal kick. Really coming close here. Currently right now, momentum slightly going the way of Arsenal, but most of the match, I'll say about 9% of the time up to this point, has gone towards PSG. And I think we can all understand why. Arsenal with possession. Like we said, they have the momentum on their side currently. But it is a short spike in a mostly blue graph. The blue of the home side, the designated home side of this one, PSG. Both sides wearing their home kits. PSG wearing their blue and Arsenal wearing their red. There's a chance maybe for PSG as the flares behind the stand. There's a chance. It's just gone over. Vitinha. And Raya's gone down with cramp. Just as the flares came out. And it's not even a bad shot. There's nothing wrong with it. Does he get a touch from the keeper? We'll find out here. Doué decides to play it out. Shot from outside the box. I'm not sure. We're going to have to see a slow motion replay. If he does get a touch. No, he doesn't. But it goes over. And it's not even that bad. It touches the top netting. That's how close it was. Vitinha knows that could have been the goal. That sealed it. We're going to get confirmation of added time shortly. The flares are out in the PSG end. Do they have more? Because this could be going a bit more than the 90 minutes. Well, we're going to get confirmation of added time in a few seconds. And here we go. We have got 6 minutes of additional time. Same additional minutes as the first half. This time, we've had the same amount of goals in each half. Is there time for one more? Both sets of fans. Well, Arsenal look the more nervous fans, but PSG, they're celebrating. But that's France football fans. They're having the time of their lives. They've got flares and everything. Arsenal, though, they watch on. Well, we will have more than 6 minutes because the first minute of it has been spent trying to treat David Raya, who must have some cramp pointing to his leg. He is back up, and we should get playing in about a few seconds. Looks like instead of Raya taking the kick, it will be for Arsenal. It will be at Gabriel with 39 touches and has had the most defensive contributions of any player in this match with 11. We're into additional time. You could really say we've got 7 if you just join us. 7 minutes and a half of additional time. So just be aware of that. We've already had 1 minute and 40 seconds, so just give that into context. So will we reach the finish before the end of normal time, or will we go further? Dembele is limping. Has he got cramp, or is there something serious for Dembele? Or whatever it is, it might be a blow for PSG. But foul there, given to the PSG free kick. Dembele looks a bit, he's still looking at the ankle. Well, you hope for PSG's sake he's alright. He's got a bit of a weird walk, but yeah, I think it's cramp. And if we are going to be playing longer than the 90, got to be aware. Well, they might be bringing on a substitute. Ramos is getting ready. There's a chance here for PSG if they can get the ball in. The only player in that box is Dembele. Yeah, Dembele needs to come off. There's something wrong with his ankle. And he's way offside as it stands. He's not focusing on the match, he's focusing on himself. There's a real worry. Ramos could be coming on. Ball played in, cleared by Arsenal. Another chance for PSG to bring it in again. They do bring it in, but the touch is too heavy. PSG regain it though. And they've got 3 minutes to build forward. Goncalo Ramos is going to come into the fray, and we believe he's going to replace Dembele, the goal scorer. A big blow. Dembele can't do anything. Still looking at the ankle. He's offside as well, so unbelievable. They want to wrap up the job here, PSG. Arsenal would as well. Ball with Hakimi. Trying to play the ball in. Neves back to Vitinha. Vitinha to try and get a winner. Mendes back to Vitinha. 4 minutes played of additional time. 1-1 the scoreline. A goal here, you probably would say, is the winner. It is not over yet. Vitinha to Ruiz. Ruiz could have gone down the line, but instead he plays it in back post. Cleared by Arsenal. And now Madueke. Havertz. Havertz goes down. And a yellow card for Neves. Number 87 for PSG, Jean Neves. You can see here. Yeah, Havertz goes down, I think, too easily there. And Dembele has come off, and Goncalo Ramos has replaced him. Goncalo Ramos, so far this season in Ligue 1, he's played 30 matches, 6 goals, 1 assist. He'd love to provide a goal. The goal scorer from the penalty for PSG has come off now. Raya will play in a free kick here from just behind the halfway line. And we believe here at FD Sport, even though the clock's going to hit 96, we've got another minute to play. Chance for PSG outside the box. Ball now at Gabriel's feet. Now with Martinelli. Ball played in back post. It's headed and now it's cleared away by PSG. Arsenal looking quite interestingly strong here to end off this second half. To maybe end this match. Ball played in once again. PSG header it away. And now, counter-attack for PSG. Here they come. A last gasp opportunity. A shot. Oh, it's hit the side netting. A big moment. A big moment missed. Wow. You've got to think he's got to do so much better there. Bradley Barcola, he's got to do so much better there. He's got to get a shot on target. Threaten Raya. And the referee blows his whistle. We are going to extra time. Scoreline is 1-1, but it's not over yet. 30 minutes, and if we still don't have a winner, we go to penalties. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be bringing you extra time here on FD Sport after this very short break. It's 1-1, extra time to play. Welcome back to the Puskás Aréna, where we are almost ready to go for the first half of of extra time. Got the coin toss. Of course, this is the final, so no real advantages to either side in terms of home. PSG Arsenal all square at 1-1. Havertz gave Arsenal a 6-minute lead, profiting from a deflection as he raced in behind and rifled into the net. Arsenal then showed their defensive prowess as they stifled PSG's attack and frustrated them for the rest of the first half, but into the second half, PSG fought back and got a goal from a Dembele penalty. And when we are back underway, which is now, who will take the advantage in this one? And will it happen in extra time, or will we go to penalties? Foul here, and João Neves is down. Going to be an interesting end to this one. Well, this has all the ingredients of a big final, and it has improved to be a big final. What a matchup we were given, and what a game it served. We haven't reached the end of it yet. We still don't know, even after 90 minutes, who's lifting the trophy, as we now are in extra time. And if you don't know how this works, we've got 15 minutes. When we get to the 105th minute, and then we'll have some added time. After that, we've got half time of extra time, then another 15 minutes, and then if we don't have a winner after 120 minutes, we go to penalties. Ball now, potentially here. Rice, Madueke plays the ball. This is looking very nice. They had some substitutes at half time. We'll tell you about them in a second. And ball played into the box and cleared by PSG and Pacho. And the substitutes coming on, Eberiche Eze and Martin Zubimendi coming on, and they replaced Havertz and Lewis Skelly. Madueke going to take the corner now. Of course, you are allowed additional substitutes. Now we are in the extra time portion. I think the earlier kickoff was well needed. Around the world, some interesting time zones. This is going to create an interesting time for them to end. And here, the UK is going to end at a lovely time of around about 8 PM max if you don't get it done in extra time. Madueke plays the ball and it's headed out. Going to get a second corner. After it came from PSG header. Safanov standing strong. Arsenal have started off this first half of extra time better than PSG. Madueke going to take the corner now. Plays once against the near post, and this time it's missed everyone, and instead has gone out and hit the near netting, the side netting. Yeah, disappointing second corner. First one posed some threat. And luckily, nothing came of it for PSG, but if they didn't get a head on it, who knows what could happen. Safanov for PSG will take the goal kick, which he does. Now we're past the halfway line, and now we're out of play. Ball in Mikel Arteta's hands, and he throws it to his own player. And that his own player will be Justin Timber. And I think PSG are going to bring on a substitute. They're bringing on the board. We'll keep an eye on that. I can see it now on the halfway line. And yeah, looks like we're going to get a substitute. Madueke for Arsenal. Moving forward here. And now on the edge of the box. And player goes down for PSG. And stops that attack. Just as Arsenal were in a good position in the box. Yeah, I'd love to see how Neves, the one who's gone down, I'd love to see how he's gone down. We'll see here. Gets a hand to his face and then goes down as a result of that. And the PSG substitute we were looking at is Zaire Emery. Going to replace Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz in this match. His stats look like this. 93 touches. No goals, no assists, but had a few expected goals of 0.15. Created one chance, a shot on target and 2 shots off target. So he's a shot accuracy of 33%. Man coming on to replace him, Warren Zaire-Emery. So far, well, at the end of the campaign in League 1 this season, 3 goals and 4 assists. Good with his touches compared to other fullbacks, as well as chances created. He's also got a few shot attempts and some goals to his name as well, compared to other fullbacks in Ligue 1. PSG will have a throw in here. Around the halfway line area. We've got 10 minutes of extra time in this first half of extra time to go. PSG playing it out back. What do they do here? Rice now plays it to Eze, and they can't do anything from it. Eberisha Eze just coming on here in extra time. You've got to say, some may argue he could have come on earlier, but Mikel Arteta said no. Attempted to play it to Madueke, it would have been offside. Foul here by Arsenal, which led to a PSG free kick in their own half. Mm. 97 minutes on the clock. If it stays this way, we're going penalties. A penalty shootout to decide the Champions League Final. 16 total attempts for PSG, 3 of them on target. Arsenal with 4 total attempts and 1 of them on target for them. That is in this whole match overall. Ball on the wing for Arsenal. Yeah, Arsenal have looked the better side. You have to agree. Here come PSG and brought down there by Victor Gyökeres. And as a result, it looked deliberate. Stop and attacked. As a result, he's got a yellow card. Yeah, they try and play a through ball here. It works out lovely for PSG, but then while Ramos is on the ball, Gyökeres just grabs him. Ramos goes down. It looks deliberate. PSG with a free kick. They had a free kick from this position in the earlier parts of this game, roughly around here. And they aimed it towards the bottom left corner, which Riot had to save, and he saved it just. Vitinha will take it, and will he go for a shot, or will he play it into the box? It is a bit further out, but he won't take a shot from here. Plays it into the box. It's got a deflection. It's coming off Saliba. Goes out for a PSG throw-in. After Zubimendi forces it out. He's a newly substitute who came on in half-time. João Neves has the ball in his hands. He passes it to Mendes, who throws it in. And now PSG have it. Now we're around the halfway line. PSG still with the ball. You're listening to the final of the UEFA Champions League. We're in extra time. Scores 1-1. A goal could just win it with such a little time on the clock. And a reminder that the World Cup, under 2 weeks away, we've got coverage of it on FT Sports. Going to be a fun one. 3 host cities: USA, Mexico, Canada. And if you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe already. So you're ready, sorry, for the World Cup, as a long chance from PSG has gone quite wide. Bit of a waste of a opportunity, as we've hit 100 minutes now. Hakimi, we'll call it a shot, is off target by quite a way. Yeah, we've seen it from PSG with a few players. Dembele, one of them. Wasteful chances, some of them. Every chance needs to count, especially in a situation like this. Scoreline 1-1. Now PSG have it. Play it back. And Mikel Arteta had it in his hands there as the ball was kicked out for a throw-in. Passes it once again to one of his own players because it's going to be an Arsenal throw-in. We've got 4 minutes of the extra time first half to go. Complaints from Luis Enrique. I'm surprised he's not been given a yellow card there. Up close to the pitch, trying to protest that the Arsenal player taking the throw-in had moved quite significantly. Looked like it. Madueke trying to fight to get the ball here. Player goes down. No penalty given. When we play on, Rice was not happy. Madueke still on the floor. We saw 1 penalty on this. Doesn't look like we're going to get another. The whole of the Arsenal dugout is out. Fourth official trying to calm them down. Here come PSG. If PSG score here, imagine the anger. Madueke's only just got up. He's running now. Madueke's made it. PSG now. Ball with Marquinhos, who is the captain. Committed an error that led to Arsenal's first goal. Feints that they tried to play into the box there. They don't. Now they play it back. Arsenal trying to fight to win the ball back. The best defence versus the best attack, and we said that in the build-up. And the build-up felt like ages ago. We're still here. Here in Budapest. Chance for Arsenal to get it away. They do. Arsenal clear it. Ball going to go to Safonov. And PSG have it in their own half. Enrique begging them, go forward. Rice being given a yellow card. I think Rice has been given a yellow card for dissent. I believe Mikel Arteta has also been given one for dissent. And he has. Mikel Arteta yellow card dissent. Rice yellow card dissent. The referee stopped play to calm things down here. He's still furious. The coaching staff trying to calm him down. They don't want Mikel Arteta to go off here. Yeah. Madueke goes down. I'm not sure whether it's a penalty. It's one of those. If it's given a penalty, it's a penalty. If it's not, then don't reverse it. I think that's one of those where you don't reverse it. Player down here for Arsenal, and teammates calling for substitute to be warm up, and we are going to go into extra time of this first half of extra time shortly. back up, but I think Arsenal will want to see him play the last minute or so of this first half of extra time. Well, it's been an interesting one, and we're gonna go into the 15 minutes of final open play before penalties. Maybe still 1-1. We're going to get confirmation of added time shortly. And as soon as we do, we'll let you know. PSG with the ball. Played it back to the halfway line. And the PSG are ready to substitution here. And we can tell you it's going to be 2 minutes of additional time. Fourth official had his board up before we reached the 105th minute. Must have been eager. Ball now back with PSG in their own half. Is there time for one last attack? Well, the key moments of this one: Kai Havertz scoring in the 6th minute, Fabian Ruiz with a shot on target in the 45th, plus 5 minutes of extra time. Then we went into half time. Christian Mosquera received a yellow card just after that. Bukayo Saka received a yellow card 9 minutes later. Hakimi a minute later had a shot on target. A penalty in the 62nd minute awarded to PSG, which they scored. A yellow card for João Neves in the 96th minute. Bradley Barcola, a last minute shot off target. And now we're in the extra time first half, where Victor Gyökeres has received a yellow card and Declan Rice has received one as well. Also, Mikel Arteta. We're coming to the end of this first half of extra time. One step closer to penalties. We're still no closer to finding out who's going to be the victor. Arsenal play it back into their own half. 15 seconds of the 2 minutes added on left. One more chance to attack. Ball goes out for a throw in, and that really should be it. PSG will throw it back in. They throw it back to their keeper. And there we go. First half of extra time in the books. Yet we still don't know who's going to be one step closer to winning this thing. We take a break. Second half of extra time follows, because it's going to come up in a very, very quick period. So we'll see you in about a minute or two. welcome back to the Puskás Aréna, where we are in the final moments of this Champions League final. Half-time of extra time. PSG 1, Arsenal 1. A goal in this half. If you score and it stays on the scoreboard as your lead, you win. We just don't know who that will be. Players are out of their huddles. Fans are behind the nails. It's going to be nervy. So let's find out who's going to win. PSG will kick us off momentarily. Mikel Arteta, Luis Enrique. Arteta's got a yellow card. He's calmed down a bit since the Madueke penalty incident, which wasn't given as a penalty. I have to say I agree with the referees on that one, but Mikel Arteta, as you understand, probably was not happy. Definitely wasn't. And PSG kick us off. We are underway for the second half of extra time. Dembele, Havertz, both players on the score sheet. Both players now watching on, hoping their teams could win. We're going to get a victor, whether it's decided in extra time or whether it's decided in penalties. That is the question. Make sure to subscribe to MT Sports. We bring you the World Cup later this summer, but first it's the conclusion of this. PSG have the ball in their area. Now it's played out. And they've had some half-time substitutions here. Man on the ball right now is one of them, Ilya Zambrani. Tell you more about them in a second, but first ball in the box for PSG. Raya has to come out and save, and this is chaos in the box. No one's going to get it though. Ball goes out for a throw-in, and that was the big moment. That was the big moment so far. Raya goes out to punch it away, nearly punches it right to a PSG player, but cleared by Arsenal. Ramos was there if Raya didn't punch it as well. PSG win the ball back. Now down the wing. Through ball played here. Player goes down, back up. Could be a ball they could play into the box. Ball is in the box. Can they have a shot? They do. It's blocked. And now they're outside. Ball with Ilya Zabrani. Now played to the captain that has replaced Marquinhos. That is Hakimi. And ball now in David Raya's hands after the cross failed. Half time in extra time substitutions for PSG were Ilya Zambrani and Lucas Beraldo coming on, and they replaced Vitinha and Marquinhos. Arsenal in possession in their own half. Now they play higher up here, Arsenal. Have the ball in PSG's half, now play it to the wing. We're being treated to an incredible final as Madueke goes down and tries to get the fan pumped up after the foul is given and a free kick for Arsenal. Oh, what a final this has been. Madueke. Penalty shout in the first half. Gets a free kick here. 108 minutes on the clock. 12, or under 12 we should say. After that we go to penalties. If we don't get a goal. Declan Rice will take the free kick. Rice plays it in, and Safanov punches it away. Pressure being put on by Arsenal. PSG trying to stay on top of it, and Hakimi stays with possession of the ball. Now here come PSG. This could be a big chance. Playing with intent. Instead it's played out by Arsenal if they won the ball. And now it's back to Safanov. And here come PSG again. Mikel Arteta trying to shout at his players. Shout instructions. João Neves with the ball at his feet for PSG. Lucas Enrique doing the same for the French champions. They were the champions of this competition last year. They'd love to do it again. They need a goal to do it. We've got 10 minutes to go. More distance covered by Arsenal overall in this match. Passes completed. PSG 743, Arsenal 181. And still more passing accuracy towards the Ligue 1 champions of PSG. Ball with Hakimi. Marquinhos committed an error that led to a goal earlier on in the match. Ball now at Ilya Sablani's feet. Could they play a ball into the box here, PSG? Neves. Neves will get a corner. Zubimendi with the last touch. He's also come off the bench in this one. 9 to go. There are nervous fans. There are fans just willing to cheer their team on and pray that whatever happens goes their way. 11 corners for PSG, 2 for Arsenal. Ball into the box at the near post. Arsenal clear it. They try to start a counter-attack. Madueke is going to press, but they see that and they pass it back to Safanov. PSG with possession. Now they go back to the halfway line. Playing out to Zablani. Who knows what is going to happen here? "112 minutes on the clock. Scoreline stays the same. 1-1. Stays the same. It's going to go to penalties. Ball now at Neves' feet. He's got a yellow card in this one. Other players with yellow cards on the field are Rice. And that's it. The rest of them are being substituted off. Scary. Could have been sent off after he gave away a penalty. Already had a yellow card to his name. And then they, a few minutes later after the penalty, subbed him off to avoid that. You don't want to go a man down, especially in the biggest stage in European football. Ball played to Raya. Raya with it in his hands. Calm as you like. He has to jump up for it, obviously. Bit of pressure being put on by PSG, but still not enough to break the deadlock. They're going to need something within the next 7 minutes. Maybe more. It depends on what is added on here. I'm not sure if we're going to get any more substitutes. I don't think so. Maybe if we're getting close to penalties, they put penalty takers on. They're still low. Time to play openly. Arsenal with the ball in their own half. More towards the wing area, but they play back. Going to be an interesting ending. Mikel Arteta Trying to get his side to follow him down. There you go, you can see his arm movement. And Luis Enrique, he just hopes that his side can pull through. Ball with Madueke. They have to defend this. And lost. Ball lost by Arsenal. Mistake made by one of their substitutes of Noni Madueke. Julian Timber played the ball to him. Disappointing. We've got 5 minutes, just over that, of normal time and extra time. If not, we go to penalties, and if it does, we have you covered. Stay here for the conclusion of the Champions League Final. Ball now at the feet of the PSG attackers with Hakimi. Now plays centrally to substituted Lucas Beraldo. Now to Neves. Neves plays it to his other substitute, Ilya Zabrani. What do they do here? Ball played into the box for PSG. It's cleared, but not enough. But they slow it down. Neves. (1-1) the scoreline. Dembele and Havertz on the score sheet. Both of them, like we said earlier, on the bench, in the dugouts. They got subbed off after their efforts. Luis Enrique calling for one of his tactical staff to come on. First though, PSG still have the ball here, but not really trying to attack. We've got 4 minutes to go. What do they do? Ball around the back line. Could they snatch a winner? Or will we go to penalties? Don't count out Arsenal. They've looked good in periods. Ball now. Played to Neves. Neves has a good time to cross it in. He does. It's headed away by Arsenal. A volley. It's got to bounce. And Raya has to jump up to save it. He catches it. It was moving slowly, but any chance is dangerous. And Arsenal come on the counter-attack. And PSG stop that. And they get a yellow card for it. The man who stops it is Mendes. Mendes has completed the most dribbles in this match with 3. It's always hard to contribute in the final like this, but doing that could just stop a goal. Your players aren't back yet, and Arsenal, they looked like they were ready for it. So Nuno Mendes, add him to the book of players with yellow cards. All players with yellow cards are this, including those subbed off: Mendes, Neves, Saka, Mascara, Rice, and that is it. There are a few players in that book. Free kick taken by Arsenal. It plays in and it's going to miss everyone, and it's going to go out for a PSG goal kick, and we're going to get 118 minutes now on the clock, which means there's 2 to go before we get additional time confirmation. Yeah, this is everything now. We don't know what's going to happen. If this goes into penalties, we will be your companion throughout all of that, bringing you every penalty as soon as it either goes in or gets saved. That'll be the decider. If we don't get a goal now. Arsenal back to attacking once again. You score now, it's more than likely the winner. Ball in the box, and it's hit the side netting. Arsenal with a big opportunity. Timber. I think Timber goes for the shot here. You can see here. has to beat a defender. Yeah, he does go for a shot. There is options in the box, but goes for glory. Hits the side netting. Well, it's certainly raised heartbeats. But will that be the last chance in this final from open play? Throwing going to be taken. Nkape throws it in. PSG trying to defend. And now, Eze. Arsenal have looked very good in these last few moments. Could they get a winner? Rice. Rice out wide. Played in. Headed away. Arsenal trying to get a shot off. They do. It's deflected. It goes wide. And a big chance. Big chance there. Doesn't go. And we're trying to get confirmation of added time. Referee put up a 1 minute signal, but I'm not sure if it's going to be 1 minute. I think it will be. A big moment. Looks like we've not got any added time. Arsenal will take a corner. Goes into the near post, headed away. Still up there, punched away by Safanov. It could come down. They clear it. Chance for Arsenal. It's played in and almost in. Still in play. What an ending. We still don't have any added time, and that is because extra time is over. We are going all the way. PSG won, Arsenal won. Penalties coming up next. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have full coverage of the penalty shootout here in the UEFA Champions League Final here on FT Sport. Well, welcome back to Budapest. We know that the Champions League final will be decided by a penalty shootout. And that is coming up in moments here on FT Sport. David Raya sitting there on the bench, getting talked to by many coaches. Mikel Arteta in the huddle for Arsenal. No one knows what this story will entail. Going to give you full coverage of every single penalty. Whatever happens, we're going to get the coin toss by the referees, and we'll try to infer this in silence, so let's find out. So first, there's going to be two, I believe, for where they take the penalties and who goes first. PSG will have the penalties at their end, and they'll go again to see who will go first. So PSG won the first toss. They chose to do the penalties at their end, and they won the second toss in PSG as well. I'm not sure whether they've decided to go first or second. We will find out in moments. Looks like they have decided to go first. They have. Raya with the ball in his hands. He knows now he needs to go and win this one. So it will be at the PSG end, and it will be PSG to take the first penalty. This is the ending to the Champions League this season. It's the ending to a final that will never be forgotten. But we've still not decided the victor yet. Players in the huddle. And the fans watch on. This will be a nervy ending. It will be Ramos who takes the first penalty. Raya, the man, trying to deny him. Raya doesn't even look at Ramos. He just walks past, bouncing the ball. This is now or never. We bring you some great sporting events here on FD Sport. We bring you the Premier League final day. We bring you the Scottish Premiership decider. We've brought you a last-minute goal from Calvert-Lewin for Leeds, the Premier League running, all of that, and add this one to the list. PSG goes first. What will they do? Which way will Ramos go? Which way will Raya go? Will it be a miss? Will it be a save? Months of football have led to this moment. The keeper's just being given a second word to just make sure all the rules are explained to them clearly. This is the biggest stage in football. Here we go though. Raya will go to the goal line to defend penalty one. Ramos looking to get it past him. Raya trying to get the Arsenal side of fans to be loud. Ramos takes the first penalty. In this, the Champions League final, we're in the penalties. Ramos to kick us off. Ramos with his shot, a top corner. Ramos with the goal that puts PSG in the lead of this penalty shootout. The top right corner. Raya went left. And it's the dream start for PSG. Yeah, Raya, it's not the first time he's gone the wrong way. He'll be disappointed, but could be worse. Gyökeres will be the one taking the first penalty for Arsenal. And Safonov will be the one trying to deny him. The head is in the hands for many fans. Gyökeres. Penalty number 2 is scored. It's gone the same way. Ramos took his penalty. Just it's gone. It's a low-driven shot to the right bottom-hand corner. And Safanov went the other way. Also thought he was going to go low right corner. Sorry, low left corner. But instead, right bottom corner. And this penalty shootout is put at 1-1. Man taking the second penalty for PSG is going to be Doué. What does Doué do? What will he do? The third penalty of this penalty shootout. And Doué steps up for PSG. Here we go. And he's scored it. Bottom corner once again, same side. And it is 2-1 PSG. Yeah, Raya went the other way. Once again, they've all gone down that right hand side. Is anyone going to change it up and go to the left? Would you dare? Eze going to take this penalty. The second penalty for Arsenal. The fourth penalty in this Champions League Final. Penalty shootout. 2-1 Arsenal. And now a chance for Arsenal to equalise. Eze stepping up. Gone left. Oh, he's missed. Eze's missed. Eze has missed the target. A disappointing penalty goes left of the post. Well, Safanov didn't move. He just hoped he missed. And Eze missed the target. Disappointing for the Arsenal fans. So, as Mendes comes up for PSG, he scores here. It'll be 3-1 to PSG. It's 2-1 now after 2 rounds of penalties. All the pressure is on Arsenal. What an ending to this final. Mendes, quick penalty. He saved it, Raya. Raya has saved it. And just like that, Arsenal are back in it. Unbelievable. Yeah, Raya. What a save. He's gone the right way. It's gone to the right hand side of the goal once again. And Raya thinks, I've known better. Gets a lovely save. Arsenal can celebrate. But it's not over yet. Both sides have missed one. Eze missed the whole target. And Mendes' shot was saved. Rice will now take his penalty. Score this. We're level. We're level. Rice, the bottom corner. And we are 2-2. Yeah, somewhere he needs to do. It's another corner. It's another goal. Sorry, that's towards that bottom right corner. Keeper just leaves it. Safanov. I think he needs to commit, but we're back level. So 1 miss each and score is level. We now move on to the 4th round of penalties with the score tied at 2-2. What happens here? Hakimi scores. And PSG are back in front, and the pressure is back on Arsenal. A really big moment here. Both sets of fans anticipate this penalty. And for Arsenal, it's going to be Martinelli. 3-2 currently to PSG. The fourth penalty for Arsenal makes it 3-3. Martinelli top left corner. And we are going to go to the final set of penalties before sudden death. And we still don't know who's going to win it. But what an ending. What an ending we're being treated to. Score is 3-3 in penalties. If PSG miss this and Arsenal score, Arsenal are champions. If PSG score, Arsenal have to score. We are now in the end game of this penalty shootout, and if we are still tied after this, if we get both misses or both goals, we go to sudden death. It's going to have to be both goals because it's a score for PSG. 4-3. Arsenal have to score. Bottom right corner. And now all the pressure is on the Gunners. Well, it's not that much pressure. It's the Champions League Final. There's millions of fans watching, including your own. And you have to score. Not that much pressure, boys. The man who will take the penalty, just stepping up now. Looks like it's going to be Timber. What happens here? They have to score. It's Gabriel, Gabriel to take the penalty. He's missed it! PSG are the champions! After a long night, a long night, they can celebrate! Arsenal lose it! Just like that! Unbelievable! Well, we just spoke about the pressure, and the pressure must have got to him. It's gone over the crossbar. Mikel Arteta comforting his players. This is not how he wanted the evening to end, but it has ended like this. An Arsenal heartbreak. On the other end, PSG, they can celebrate. They've won it. What an anti-climatic ending. It came down to the final penalty and Gabriel hit it over. Well, it's disappointing for Arsenal, yes, but well, PSG, you've got to argue they deserve it. They were really pressing the whole of the game. They've done so well. And when the penalty missed, I think it took PSG about a second to realise they'd won the Champions League. They become the second side ever to successfully defend their title. You have to feel happy for them, but you've got to feel sorry for the fans involved with Arsenal, the players, the coaches. Well, the sun has set. That's how long this match has taken. We started the final earlier. Usually we'd kick off at around about 8. It's just past 8 o'clock now, British time. We kicked off 3 hours earlier than usual at 5 PM. 3 hours later, we've got a victor. Absolute heartbreak for Arsenal. But congratulations, PSG. Well, the penalty shootout was one of raw emotion. Another incredible telecast here on FT Sport that we've been able to bring to you. And we have to say thank you to everyone involved in the production of all of this. And we have to say thank you to you, our viewers, as we leave you here from the Puskás Aréna with scenes of absolute joy for PSG and scenes of heartbreak for Arsenal. They couldn't do the double. They've won the Premier League. PSG, though, Ligue 1 and Champions League winners. Thank you for watching. Incredible stuff. And from all of us here at the Puskás Aréna, here in Budapest, and all of us here on FT Sport, thank you for watching. Good night and goodbye.
you.